Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Can you hear me okay? Doing some audio test. Hello, hello. Looks like people are chatting a little bit. Oh, what's up? We have a average Warhammer fan. Hello, hello. Warhammer 40K for the Emperor. We can hear you. Perfect. Oh, what's up? Good job, Bader. You excited for the stream? It's gonna be a good and fun. Thank you, thank you. All good on Twitch as well. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Origami Log has made Origami Nerd by Neelish Kumar. Or Neelish K. Neelish K, absolute legend. Made your own design, your own warrior as well. Cool, cool, cool. Someone's going to fold my Origami Human tutorial. Nice. That's a good one to fold while watching because you can play around with the shaping and maybe you can even style it similar to how the prototype of my other model was. Very smart. Hi, YouTube. Gonna go quiet. All chill. Have fun folding. Kian is cooking. What's up, Kian? Good to see you again. Thanks for watching the stream. Couldn't wait for the stream. Yeah, I could tell. Yeah, I think you asked me about it because I meant to stream last week, but I had to finish up some stuff, some work stuff or sponsored stuff, I should say. I had to finish the laser cutter sponsor all last week. So that got a little bit busy, but we did it, and I think it was pretty cool. Okay, let me see if my things are working. Hello, hello. Can you guys see me? Okay, yep. This is working. Now, I think I'm going to have to adjust my cameras a little bit. Actually, I just realized a mistake with this one. Here you can see some behind the scenes footage of how this guy is mounted. Because the paper I'm using today is way too big for my desk. So it won't really be able to be seen with this normal angle. So I guess I could use a wide angle lens but I don't think it'll even fit on my desk. I think I'm just gonna change the view. There you go. So let's set this guy back up, and I'm gonna have to like tilt this a certain direction. So let me see. You can see here. There it is. Okay, so I'm gonna like tilt it at like an angle a little bit further back so we can see more of my desk. Like that. So it's a little bit different than normal. We can pop myself back up in the corner there. All right, and then I think I have to move this out of the way. Try not to knock anything down off my desk. Gotta make sure I don't knock my coffee off my desk either. All right, but yeah, we are just about ready to start. And before we fold, I'm going to do some Origami members review, but it's good to see everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. And I was talking about the sponsored stream stuff, the laser cutting a little bit earlier. Let me know in chat. Did you guys see the shorts I made? It was the one with the sword shield and then the head empty, as well as the long form video on YouTube. Go check that out if you haven't yet. I think they turned out pretty cool. You know, even though it's like sponsored content, I didn't want to make it just like some slop, content. I wanted to make sure that it was very interesting in terms of origami as well. But at least from the two shorts, they're kind of different style. Which one did you guys like better? Did you like the head empty one, or did you like the one that was basically the long video chopped up into a short video? The sky is blue. Cloud A, hello, hello. Love my folds. Thank you, dude. Is this your hair and cam for origami tutorials? That is. So it's a nice camera. So you can see all the creases. So for now, I know this was in the thumbnail. This is a prototype of the Rathalos armor, which I teased today. So if you saw that that YouTube short that featured this guy, And I know some people ask for the crease pattern, so we're going to check that out today because that's what I'm folding. And I already pre-creased and I already gridded, so we're just collapsing. We're just actually folding. No pre-crease, no grid stream, which is great. And then I have the prototype, so we can actually see like there's some cool details here that I was playing around with. It even has like kind of a closed back, or at least some back armor details, right? It doesn't have like the full back, but these can almost close the back all the way, right? The sword is pretty unique. And then just a ton of like armor spikes, and it's actually relatively efficient for what we get with all these spikes. The least efficient thing might even just be this back flap thing here because it's kind of janky, but other than that, I think we can do quite a bit with this design. What paper do you use? Traditional washi or what? This is an Unryu. I used to use this for my samurais way back with the first samurai tutorials. Now I use it as a test fold paper, and I use thicker paper than this. This I learned was a little bit too thin for my taste. So, but it's good. It's a really good paper. That, or is this double tissue? This might actually be double tissue. Just kidding. I think this is double tissue. Can you fold Link from The Legend of Zelda? I don't have a design at the moment. I know some people have made some in the past. But I don't know if I have time to design Link. How's it easy for me? Like, you can make anything. Yeah, I've practiced enough and I understand enough about the origami structure that it's easy for me now. Pretty much everything's easy. Like, at least the things I design, because I'm very aware of all the structures. So it's, in that terms, it's like, it's not hard. Maybe it's not easy, but it's like, it's definitely not hard. It just takes effort. It's your birthday today? What's up? Dude, oh, it's Kian. It's Kian's birthday. Happy birthday, Kian. Also, Jason Kim, hello. Thanks for joining the stream. Make an origami Spider-Man? I did, actually. I've made an origami Spider-Man. It was a very simple origami Spider-Man. But it wasn't necessarily a detailed outfit. It was just like the mask, and then he was hanging upside down on a web. So it was like the web was included in part of the design, and he was in like his upside down perched position. I haven't really posted that one except in Discord, so you might not have seen that. Make guts. Oh, from Berserk? That'd be interesting, actually. With the gigantic greatsword, that could be an interesting design. But a lot of the things, so people recommend me to fold stuff from a lot of different fandoms. And a lot of times I want to like have watched or enjoyed that media before I design it. So like, for example, I've only seen very little bits of One Piece, like old seasons. So people are asking me for like this crazy Luffy, and it's like technically a spoiler to me. I have no idea what he looks like, but I want to be able to appreciate the media before I design it. So likewise with Berserk, I've been meaning to watch it or read it. I heard like I don't know which one's better, reading or watching it, but I feel like I need to like at least to read or watch something before I design from it. Knight from Hollow Knight. From a 24 grid, but look like a cookbook. Oh no. Rip. Is glue a good alternative to PVA? PVA is glue. So PVA is the adhesive that's in most craft glues. So your glue is probably PVA and then some other chemical or water, some sort of mix. What's up, Sandra? Good to see you here. Was that Tanjobi Omedito? I'm guessing that's what the Japanese is. I think that's happy birthday. Have I watched Stranger Things? No, I have not. Okay, so before I get too distracted, let me grab the paper, and then we're going to do some member reviews of OBB members who have submitted some things they've been working on. We got some really talented members. All right, this is it. But we're just going to have it ready. It is an 80 centimeter paper. And as you can see, there is a seam. Now, we've got someone in chat named Average Warhammer Fan. I want to ask you a question. Have you done any Warhammer figure painting, like custom painting? Because I've learned a lot from watching videos of that. I think it's really cool. And that kind of deep dove me into learning about the Warhammer lore, which is really awesome. But I think I'm going to use some of those techniques to make this fold of the Rathalos armor look a lot more like the Rathalos armor in the game, right? If I just use red, I feel like too many of the details get kind of muddled together. And only when I side by side it with the Rathalos armor in from the game does it really become apparent. But if I paint it lightly, just doing some textures and stuff, nothing too crazy, I think I can at least get it closer. In that scenario, I also fixed the issue of having the seam, because when I apply a new base coat, it's going to hide the seam, which is great. I solved multiple issues for myself. You know, I do have a lot of nice papers, but I don't have like the most magical colored papers in the world. So if I can eliminate some issues like a color mismatch by just, you know, doing some painting, I think that's gonna be awesome. And I think Warhammer figure painting in general is like really tasteful. So, you know, sometimes there's painting in origami that detracts from origami. But I think the way of doing the figure, like at least from what I've learned from the Warhammer figure painters, that it's going to look pretty good. Cosmic Rose Dragon's trying to make the Bahamut 2.1 by Satoshi. Very nice. That one's cool. That's not a square. It is a square. It's tucked underneath. It doesn't fit on, you know, the other side. You see it? Yeah, if it's not a square, I'll definitely let you know it's not a square, but it will be very weird for me not to use a square. If anything, I would take a square and fold it in half to make a rectangle if I had to start from a rectangle. Like that's just how I am. Good jokes, good jokes. Yes, but auto incorrect. Okay. Mangled Kian's name. Same. Okay, so let me get to the members review because I think that's gonna be pretty cool. So I'm gonna pop on over to here, and let me also open this. And also, why isn't this showing? Where's Oriedit? It's kind of weird. Oh, there it is. Do you guys see this? Okay, so we're gonna take a look at this later. This is the crease pattern. But for now, let's look at our Discord. So this is the OBB members. These are people who pay to support the channel. So huge shout out to them. Thank you for supporting the channel. They get access to a lot of cool stuff, including so people who are like level 2, they get access to my diagrams for free, which the next edition of my OBB dragons is very close to being done. It's mid progress. I think ideally it's done by May. And that's gonna be pretty cool. That's gonna be my second physical diagram book, and it's kind of like a comic book series following the Little Dragon diagrams. So Sandra, you might be interested, or hopefully Paper Tree might be interested once I start producing those. And then it's gonna be a trilogy. So I have one more planned. I just need to find someone who is capable of diagramming it relatively quickly. And then we'll have the trilogy out, and then I might sell it as a set after the first prints are done. So that should be pretty cool. And we'll have the physical Origami by Boyce books going. And, you know, Paper Tree's been a really big help at distributing these, actually. So hopefully, you know, we can continue that if Paper Tree's interested, and or I try to find some way to allow other people, even internationally, to be able to purchase these. But easy way to get them, if you go to origami conventions, or if you're located in San Francisco and can go to Paper Tree. The first edition at least is available there. Okay, I got a little bit sidetracked. So OBB members, right? There's some cool benefits because, You get a digital version if you're a member. You don't get the physical unless I see you at a convention, and then I can sign it for you for free. But you also get to share what you're folding and have it on stream. So we only have two. We have one right here and then one from a DM. So this is Dex. I'm sure many of you have known Dex, but if you don't, he was on the most recent 5-hour design live stream. So that was a few weeks ago. And so here he's just an AVP warrior. So this is Alien versus Predator, a warrior. And it looks more of like a medieval one. I think there might have been a few recent like Alien movies or Predator movies where it's not in modern day. So I'm guessing that's what this is from. And then Dex also says review and roast are welcome too. Okay, so since he was open to roast, I'll give some valid critiques. I'm not gonna like roast it entirely, but I think some valid critiques might be helpful for Dex. So Dex, if you're watching this later, feel free to take some notes. But looking good. Dex has really been, improving a ton. And I don't know how long you all in chat have been noticing Dex's work, but I've been watching it even from the last Origami convention and how much he's improved. So first of all, let's do some pros. So I think the subject matter is really cool. I don't know how well you can see, but there's a lot of details going on in the legs. There's all these like pleats and like patterns that make the pants really, really cool and unique. And then we've got like all these little spikes here. This is actually very similar to my dragon plate armor kind of stuff, but it just makes it look really nice instead of just like a plain pant leg. We also have this scythe right here. This is pretty neat. It's a little hard to see in the photo, but in some of the other photos we can see it. And then he's holding on to an alien head, and this is neat. Like there's all these little teeth here. So just a really unique subject matter. Now I'm always a stickler on humanoids, and I've been helping Dex with getting better and better at them. So this is definitely an improvement over some of his previous ones. The proportions are starting to get better and better. I think in this case, let's see some things to improve. So this arm, right? We have like this nice defined elbow joint, and then we can see like the forearm. And this guy's kind of got a little bit too skinny of arms for what I would imagine to be a warrior. So imagine there's maybe like some more muscle definition here, but that's totally fine. I think this arm is generally okay. This one has some issues. The actually I was too generous with that. It's what we call a rubber arm. So like this elbow joint is just very soft. So even if like on a person, right, my elbow, if it's kind of neutral, there's still this. You can almost see this line, right? It's like defined for an elbow, and even if I face it this way, it's like clearly going this way and then this way, right? So when you translate that to an origami model, you want to try to do your best to not just have it like one, like a noodle. But that's not too bad. I think the main proportion issue is the torso looks like way too thin here compared to the rest of his body. A lot of times with warrior, right? This is kind of stereotyping, but you want the shoulders to be wider than the hips, and then that makes it look like more aggressive. In this case, they're like flat down the exact same. So it's just a little bit too, plain, I guess, and like a little too slim from what I would expect it to be. And then even coming from the neck, like the neck is basically the same thickness as the torso, which I don't know. But that's me roasting and critiquing Dex overall. I think this is very cool. I like the details in the head and the eyes. You can tell the mouth is open and there's like a beard and some crazy helmet. And then like, yeah, the overall composition is really neat. So good job, Dex. All right, let me look at chat. What do y'all think about that? Oh, do we have some bots in Twitch? Man, Twitch bots are so annoying. Okay. Let me log into Twitch really quick so I can ban all these bot accounts. Daydreaming, what's up? Is that Reza? What's up? What's up? And Hershey, hello, hello. Thanks for joining on Twitch. Okay, I think we're good here. Let's see. Looks like people are making some friends in the chat. That's awesome. I don't think you can put your Instagram links, but you can type your name into Instagrams. I love Paper Tree. I love Paper Tree too. That's facts, Hershey. Good stuff. My eyes hurt from folding. Looks sick. Yeah, Paper Tree even has Little Dragon in the online stores. Folks can get some awesome paper at the same time. That is true. You can get paper to fold your Little Dragon on Paper Tree's website. I'm gonna have a better direct link to that, I think, on my own website. So if you guys aren't familiar with Paper Tree website, I'll have an additional link to there. But you can just search Paper Tree, and I think it should be pretty easy to find. Likes look a little wonky. Boys, can you review my Assassin Fold? And Dan. So I'm not doing any Dan Fold reviews right now. I'm just doing the OBB members review for now. But yeah. And Reza, I am. But I can't leak anything, so I'm not going to show anything. But okay, so the next one to share is here. So this is Nara. A lot of you know Nara as well, another talented member of the OBB members on Discord. And Nara couldn't post in my Discord for some reason. I don't know what happened, but didn't fold too much into past months, got many designs unfinished. Here's one of them, test fold of a face. Hey, this is a pretty good looking face. I don't know what the full model planned is going to be, but I know Nara has done some things from different Indian cultures, some mythology stuff, a lot of cool, imagery and figures, mostly like a humanoid type figure. But this one's really, really neat. I really like these eyes in particular. Something that's very hard to do with faces and these eyes, which I didn't mention it on Dex's, but like a lot of times what happens when you do eyes like this is because you're adding a flap, the eye can sometimes it looks like it's poking out of the face like this. If this is the head, right? This is like hair. Like the eyes pop out, and then here's the nose, and then the mouth, right? Chin. So it just distorts the this is a really bad head. But it distorts the whole head. This is a side profile of the head. In this case, Nara's isn't. So his eyes are in. So if we take a look at again, kind of like general face structure, the eyes should be sitting in here, right? Because we have eye sockets. You can even see from my face, right? It's sinking in, and then we have our nose and then mouth, and people's jawlines are a little different, but right. So it's sunken in, and we can see this done correctly with Nara's eyes here. They're inset, even though they have the pupil. So this is really nicely done. This is very hard to do as well. A lot of shaping. So that's pretty neat. I'm excited to see what Nara has for the future. It's just a head for now, but I'm sure it's going to turn into something really cool. And if Nara keeps up this level of shaping, it's going to be crazy. All right, so that is it for the members Discord stream review. Shout out to the OBB members once again. And if anyone in chat or is watching later wants to have their stuff featured, oh, we have some more. Just kidding. Hold up. We got my bad. Since starting the stream, I think we had some people add. Okay, hold up. My bad. We are not done yet. Let's we got two more. Okay. So this is by Reza, or Daydreaming. You click my post. Yeah, okay. So Reza, okay, let's see. My attempt at a low polygon style, pure 22.5 free fold, open to any constructive criticism on the fold shaping or photography, roast, of course. All right. So here we have Reza. That's Daydreaming in the chat. Shout out to Reza. Thank you for posting this in time so I could catch it. It's cute. I really like it. It's a duck. I don't know if it's low poly or if it would count as low poly. low poly is a little bit difficult with 22.5 just because of the nature of 22.5 angles. Like if it's pure 22.5, sometimes you get these like, you know, extra creases, I guess, or like where's my drawing tool? Like here, right? So like this kind of makes it non low poly. If it was like just one geometric shape here to match this low geometric shape and this one, I think it would match. But like we have some of these extra thing here. Now, I understand this is just like your attempt at trying. So I think this is a cool approach to start. Um, I guess my recommendations would be like you're shaping it kind of traditionally. So this is like as if you're just gonna shape a duck. I think if you want to think more in low poly, it all has to be low poly, right? So the shaping will be very different than trying to make it look like a real duck. Like right now, it's closer to looking like a real duck. Even like the feet, which I really like, by the way. These are really cool feet. They're geometric, but they're not necessarily low poly. But I like that they're geometric, and you can actually see that there's some texture in like the webbed feet. So it's really cute overall. Keep it up, dude. That's awesome. Okay, next one we have. I think this is Hershey. This is a cheetah I spent years working on, and is my baby. It's my favorite origami ever made. Hershey, when did you make this? So we have the cheetah head here, right? Got the little ears for sure, the neck, and then the claws here. And then we've check out this. This is low poly right here. You know what I'm saying? Using the pleats themselves as the form. If you guys can't tell, Hershey's memeing here. Hershey's previous posts are kind of crazy, but like it's sometimes we keep the things from the past. I certainly still keep some of my old stuff folded from notebook paper just to remember what I used to fold, because at the time this was still really fun and special. But let's see, where is Hershey's last? I don't know if Hershey posted it here. Or yeah, here's like a yeah, see, this is what Hershey can do now. But very nice, very nice. Thanks for sharing. Okay, and with that, I believe we are done for the members review, and we can move on to the main content of this stream. And I'll go back to responding to y'all. I know some of you will get a little antsy when I'm not looking at chat for a little bit. Oh, what's up, Nara? Cool. Can't join for too long. Got an exam today. Hey, best wishes for your exam. I hope you studied up real nice. But yeah, I hope that goes really well, Nara. Cool head test fold that you're working on. I think it was shaped very nicely. I talked quite a bit about it if you weren't here to see. Origami by Grim. Hello, hello. Not too late. So we're just about to pop into the main content for today, which is this guy. So as you can see, we have, this is just kind of a small example of my design process. I know I always get comments of like, well, how do I design? How do you do this? And I do have a lot of video vlogs that are really good to watch where I explain it more. So a lot of my videos on like how I designed this, or I designed this for blah, 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 or this is the best build on paper for this character. Those videos where I'm like designing something are probably a better resource. But you can see like I always just start with a structure, a tree, just to base off like get a rough estimate on how many flaps I want, what's the lengths and everything, and then just start plotting it onto a grid. And a lot of times I don't have the grid complete, so I don't start with a grid. I just have the edges like nuked. And then I move to a uniform grid that I think is proper. In this case, it's 48 because 48 is a nice grid. So I think my initial structures fit on like a 44, but I don't want to do a 44 grid. So I just expanded to a 48, mostly to get the width of the arms, the shield, and a sword, and have some comfortability in designing a face. So this whole block is for the face. We have enough room for the neck. We have enough space for the arm. So like these rivers represent arm lengths. And from my figure here, right, I just need 4 units for the arms minimally. And then like the hand can be an extra one, the sword, whatnot. So it's like 4 and then generally 3 for the neck in the way I pleat the neck down with the face. So 3 for the neck, another 4 for the arms over here, and everything else is just details for the extremities. So for the sword, for the shield, for the face details, I like it wide here so I can do some more points. And then here we have the start of the torso. I'm just like, I'm going to do something like this, have an extra flap for more details towards the waist. And then I started working with the legs. As you can see, these legs actually became the sword, which is quite interesting. So this leg structure is the same as the Starfield leg structure, but what I realized is that that leg structure actually kind of looks like the sword from the game. Like it's the same shape, at least, which it's like really wide and like narrows down to the tip. So like it's a really wide sword. I was like, what if I just use it for the sword? And that's exactly what it did. So if you look onto this crease pattern, this is like this is the one I folded in February, like the end of February when I first started working on this prototype. It was this, and this was a good crease pattern. The only thing I messed up was I was trying to do these structures, but I made them 1 unit too short. So there are only 2 units here. It's technically like a 3 unit flap with a river meander, but in this case, it's not really a river meander. This is like a transition unit to widen the flap out so that it sits open naturally in a 2 unit wide configuration like this. And so I think in that stream, while I was shaping it, I like made the leg structure wider, and then now I've configured the rest of the torso armor and matched it with the rest of the fold. So like these two are very similar, but I just wanted to keep the second one to show just slight difference between the first and the second. But this is the crease pattern. So if you want to screenshot, now's your time. And let me put this guy away. So now's the time to screenshot. And I know this isn't a complete crease pattern, but it's pretty generic. All these are just regular folds you learn from my, crease pattern class. The only difference is like this is a little bit weird, but I've included the folds for you, right? And it doesn't really matter mountain valley. Just know that this is mountain, and then the transition, you can just mush it. And then here, this I did the mountain valleys for you, so you can figure this out. This is correct, and this was for myself to make sure like it was facing the right direction. But that is for the sword, and the sword is on the right side here, but it's on the left hand of our character because in the game that's just how it is. Hyperlink blocked. Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to put links into chat unless you're a mod. We've had some cases with bad links, so always be careful when clicking on links on the internet. Not all of them are safe, so I have it disabled just to be safe. I don't know if you've heard of other YouTubers getting hacked, right? Sometimes that happens from emails. Sometimes that happens from clicking links. So we just gotta be a little careful around here. Can you put the Origami Darren Discord link? Oh, you mean like the Darren invite link? Maybe I'll add that as a comment to this live stream after the stream, but I don't know if I want it pinned right now. We already had a bot come in, so I don't want to expose the server to more bots. Good job. Bader asked red equals valley, blue equals mountain. So in this case, no. Generally, so for this area, yes. But when I draw crease patterns like this as packing, the red represents the ridge creases. So the actual structural creases that like make up the arm. And the blue is for rivers. So if you've heard of Robert Lang's Origami Design Secrets, you would learn about, rivers, circles and rivers for circle packing, and box pleating, I guess boxes and rivers. But we can just think of it as flaps. So like this X is one flap. It takes up the whole box, and that's the amount of space it takes. And then next to it is a river. So this is a 1 unit space between that and the next thing, which is the arm. And so that's how we tell like this is how I know that this area is in the shoulder, because it's at the bottom of the arm here. And the arm is this long before it hits the shield. And the shield is actually up 1 unit. There's a river like this, right? And this is so that the shield can actually turn down onto the arm so it can hold it correctly. And because I know how to do this, this is how I accurately pack the spacing of everything correctly. Like the torso is here, and this is right next to the hip. This is where the hip is, right? So there's no rivers next to the hip. They're just the box. This is like one full box, right? With a bunch of small boxes in it. The box is touching the same box that the hip is at, which means it's going to be next to the hip. So that's kind of how the designing of this goes. People use a different color normally to do this, called an auxiliary line. It's just like a teal line, but I'm lazy, so I just use mountain for structure, valley for the spacing, and that's how I draw these. So yeah, it's like you cannot actually fold the valley lines, like it wouldn't make sense. But if you fold all the mountain lines, all the red lines, is basically the pre-creasing. So if you want to do the pre-creasing, all you have to do is fold the grid and then fold all the red lines, right? And then from there, you're basically there. I don't think you actually need, the mountain valleys, because if you do the grid and accordion grid, you pretty much already have it. So like even for me, what we're doing today is I'm just gonna be folding from this. I didn't even draw the mountain valleys for myself. I just know that, first one's mountain, the next one's got to be valley for the most part. Yeah, you get it. Okay, cool. But like if you can kind of figure that out, you can start reading a lot other crease patterns, and then if you can read it from that, then you might even be able to start designing yourself. It's kind of fun. Folded a grid up and down. Exactly. Can you swear? Well, I don't swear on my channel. Some people do. I'd say try to keep it PG-13. I'm not gonna knock people for swearing. But remember that you are chatting publicly online, and whatever you put online can be seen by a lot of people. So keep that in mind, I guess. Okay. So let's get started folding, right? I'll be able to answer people's questions a little bit easier now, I think. But I'm going to adjust my light so I can see a bit better. And then I can read chat, and you guys can ask a bunch of questions. We can be folding, and we'll go from there. All right. So I'm going to try not to hit my microphone too many times while I'm folding. But this paper is pretty big. Look at this. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually fold it into a stick. That way I can start collapsing without worrying about how big this thing is for now. At least it won't be bothering me too much. If I randomly have a pre-folded grid lying around, would it be okay if I just folded one? Yeah, you can. I don't know if you have a 48 grid. So like you mean like fold this that I'm working on right now? If you're able to pre-crease it, I mean, by all means, go ahead. You totally can. This is not going to be like a tutorial or anything, but at least you saw the crease pattern, and if you screenshotted it, you can totally fold along. If you need a shaping reference, you'll have to be patient and wait for me to finish this one. Or you can just look at the prototype, I guess, and shape it from there. But the prototype structure is a little bit different than this one. Grim says, exercise, fold grids 2 times a day. Oh, fold grids as exercise? Is that what you're recommending? That's funny. I mean, yeah, the more you fold grids, like the less annoying it gets, I guess, or the better you can get at them. Like my grid, I messed up a little bit. It's not perfect by any means. And even this paper is like not perfectly square because I had to fix part of it. When I cut out the square, I was off on one edge by a little bit and I had to like fix it, but I didn't fix it very cleanly. But because I folded a lot of grids, it doesn't really matter too much that I'm a little bit off. I can shape myself because I like customizing. I like that attitude. I think being able to customize models is a really good skill to practice. And if you enjoy it, then maybe that means you'll enjoy being a designer one day. Because being an origami designer is basically customizing the whole process from start to finish. I was very similar. I always liked customizing origami models too. It's like maybe I fold like from a diagram or tutorial once, but then I would add my own stuff to it all the time or try to change it into something else. It's just fun for me. I'm much less of a technician and more of like a creative. I can fold well, but you know, I value it less. Like if you guys know me for a while, I generally don't worry about accuracy or precision. It doesn't mean I'm not accurate and not precise. It's just like I don't value it so much where if I'm a little bit inaccurate or a little bit imprecise, it doesn't bother me. And then I guess I'm good enough that you would never know because I don't mention it. But turn the chair into a flying abomination. Oh, wow. The grids are my least favorite part. Yeah, that's why I made sure to do this before the stream, so you don't have to watch me fold a grid for an hour. I think this one, because it was large, it took me like an hour and a half. But I was also watching like a TV show. Or I was watching an anime, so I was going a little bit slower. I can't make the stick fast enough. That's okay. It's just a stick. It's a very easy step right there. I guess we can leave it up to chat. What do you guys want me to clasp first? Do you want me to go from the top down, so like the arms and sword first, or do you want me to do the legs first? I think I can do... I could also start from the middle and do the torso first. So I guess there's three options. The legs, the head, or the torso. Which one should I do first? Because when it's in the stick like this, I can choose between the three because they're separate. So like if you look at the crease pattern, right? Like the torso here, the pre-creases and the structure is isolated on its own. The top is all connected to each other, right? And then same with the legs. The legs are also connected to each other. So like we can easily separate them into three parts: the top, the middle, the bottom, in terms of collapsing, and have like a decent sequence. We got one vote for arms and swords. We got another vote for the bottom. Okay. Head and torso. Okay, so that's 2 for the top. I'm gonna drink some water as you guys answer. The middle. Okay, we got our first vote for the middle. Whatever is easier without pre-creasing. I think all of them are very hard without pre-creasing. Sorry, Jason. I don't know, man. I'm literally folding the pre-creases. You know what I'm saying? So. Oh, let me show you guys one cool thing before I continue. This is a little bit in progress. So my laser cutter that I was sponsored with, and I showed all the wood cutting, I got some new materials. Now that I don't have to do anything sponsored, I can use whatever materials I want. This is a fake leather, or like a synthetic leather, with the hex pleat scorpion crease pattern engraved onto it. And then it's like ironed onto one of my 3D printed things here. But I'm also getting in, or I did a little deep dive on how do you like treat and finish leather. So I bought some, it's called like Resin or something like that. It's like some chemical that will make it shinier and like durable. And I think once it's all finished, and it'll probably almost look like a wallet, like a leather wallet, you know, or a couch, but with the engraving on it, it should make a pretty nice looking display stand. Like, this is honestly a little too small for the Scorpion, but it's my test. I just wanted to make it small to test it. But right, even if I make another one that's bigger, like that looks pretty cool. I also have aluminum that I want to try. But like you all saw the wooden ones already. The wood ones I'm doing something called what's it called? It's some type of oil that I'm finishing it with. So I'm gonna compare whether like the oil finish on the wood looks better or the leather. The leather is definitely more expensive, but I think it's gonna be faster and it's gonna look better. That's radical, dude. Thank you, man. That's so cool. Sick. Arms, legs. Okay, I think we have more votes for the arms and head. So we'll start from the top. Scorpion's cute. Thank you. Yeah, Scorpion's great. Oh, Scorpion from Mortal Kombat? I think I designed a Sub-Zero before. I never folded it, but I should get a tattoo. Yeah, I don't like needles. I don't think I could ever get a tattoo. I get one of those temporary ones. I'd be way too scared to get it. I just wouldn't enjoy it. With lever, you have many possibilities to engrave it things. True, yeah, there's a lot of things I can do. It should be pretty fun. There's a lot of applications I can use the leather for as well. All tattoos hurt. Not the temporary ones, right? It hurts, yeah, yeah. If I donate $50, will you tattoo? No, 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 definitely not, dude. $50 is not enough. You know, maybe it was like $1 million, I consider it. But even then, it's kind of like I don't really know if I want to do that to myself. Okay, so let's start from the top. So I am looking for the center of all these pleats. And it's a symmetrical design, or part of it is symmetrical. Obviously, the arms are different from each other, but besides the arms, like just what's at the end of the arms, I guess, everything else is pretty much the same. Okay, this is the center? I think so. Okay, I think this is the center. So this is the top of the head. I think I found all the pre-creases. Let's go ahead and do the sword arm first. I'm gonna do the sword in not all at once. Wait. This is the legs. My bad. This is... There it is. That's the sword. Okay. So we can start from here. Basically, I'm using all my pre-creases, and I can just go, like, because it's in a stick, this is like the left side, this is the right side, so I can collapse the right side while ignoring the left side, so as long as I fold along pleats like this. So, how many of y'all have done some of my, or who here has folded the sword and shield? Because you'll understand the collapse process if you've done the sword and shield. It's pretty much gonna be the exact same thing, just with a lot more details. Now this is also like it's a sword and shield type design, right? It's not my sword and shield design exactly, but like it shares similar structure in terms of where the sword is, where the shield is, that sort of thing. So the collapsing is very similar. There's just a lot more to collapse. And there's some different transitions as well, and those would be way different and make it a little bit harder. So it's not just the grid size that makes it, in quotes, harder. There's actual like structures in here that are not in the 24 grid Sword and Shield. They're not necessarily hard, it's just not normal to understand, I guess. Unless once you know how to do it, it's like not hard at all. But, just for the random person to pick up and try to fold it, it would be harder to explain what's going on. So you can see how like I'm clumping all the layers together on this side just so that I can collapse the face on the other side. And I'm being light because I don't need to go crazy, and then from here I can start on some of the structure for the sword. And then I have to do the transition unit for widening the sword, which is its own thing. And just the base structure following the pre-creases, right? That's pretty fast. So this is like the whole sword done, and we're reaching the hand. And then down here it gets a little more complicated because the shoulder pads are actually behind, like they're like under. They're designed underneath this the arm, and it like folds over. So like if you look at this one, they're actually closer to the torso and structure, but it wraps around the arm, which I think is kind of cool because it makes the arm look more closed, right? Unlike like this, where the arms are open in the back. Like this is like normally how structures are. But I'm trying this new, not really method, but approach to folding these details. Oh, how to go to the grease pattern here. I don't have DVR, so here, I'm gonna switch back. Make sure you grab a picture of this. And my arms are actually getting sore. I exercised a lot yesterday, so kind of sore. I did rock climbing and I did some flips. Anyone here rock climb or can do flips? There's probably more people who've done rock climbing than have done flips here. It's just normally the rock climbing is more popular. Or I guess I did rock climbing in a gym. Let me. Okay, I got you. I got you, Jason. I'll slow down a little bit so you can like catch up, right? Let me show you guys. The rock climbing stuff. Okay, this one's kind of cool. It's like I'm upside down, right? It's kind of dark, but like it starts upside down. The holds are pretty big, but like it's not too hard, but it's like kind of weird reaches. And then there's this big like overhang area. This is the cool part. You have to hang. It's like parkour, this move, and you swing and jump to the next one. I almost fell off. But it feels like you're in a video game, like one of those adventure RPG games where you have to like swing and catch a ledge. So this one was really fun to do. There's some like technique stuff. I'm not like super strong at these, so I was using like a heel hook to get closer to the wall. And then from there, it's like pretty easy. Go up to the top. But yeah, my arms were cooked after that. There's another one that like it's like a sideways jump this time, and then it goes straight to a vertical jump. And the camera doesn't show how big this is, so it looks pretty small. But like that's my full body height. I'm jumping sideways and vertically, so it's not as easy as it might look. And this one is like different style. It's like a bunch of small grabs. And this isn't like all balanced. Like, I don't know if you can see how small that little dot right there is. That's where I have to put my foot. And then like this one's actually the hardest one out of all the three I just showed. Like the jumpy ones, they're a little physical, but this one's like grip strength and balance. And I'm going to this other chip right here, and I can't put my foot on that edge because they put a slippery material on that, so it forces you not to step there, which is kind of crazy. And then from here, it's like even from here, like you have to grip this way. You can't grip it the other way, and then you have to like reach down. Like, do you see how awkward that is? It's like it's really weird to grab. So like I fell off of this part last time because you think you've done the hard part and you haven't. But then from there is like I'm like dying. If you saw my face, I was like dying at this point. But I wanted to finish. And then there you go. It's all done. So that's what I did yesterday, and like I'm feeling it in my arm when I was collapsing and like holding it for the camera. Okay, I'll just show one flip I did, and then like immediately after that, I went to the gym and I was practicing flips. So, okay. Hopefully that was enough time for Jason to catch up a little bit. Sydney to Kidney, what's up? Hello, hello. Friend took me bouldering once. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. You can do tornado kicks. Oh, sick. You do martial arts. Dude, tornado kicks, awesome. I love tornado kicks. You have a question as well. Okay, you made a fox. Oh, Peter, you folded this orange shield. Want to say thanks. Hey, thanks for folding this orange shield. I'm glad you enjoyed. And honestly, because you folded this, you might understand this collapse as I'm doing it more. Using his origami hands for good. True. So like this was like a blister. It's actually it's a callus now. So like the rock climbing, it strengthens the fingers. Now I can like shape harder, right? I don't know. I don't know if anything translates, but is that like an urban climb? No, that's just like in a gym. It's just a gym climb. It's too rainy right now to climb outdoors. I've gone once. It's really fun. Outdoor. I mean, inside's fun, but outdoors is also like a whole nother experience. Okay, so this is the hilt of the sword. And then oh, there it is. Missed it. And then we go into the shoulders, which are under the arm technically, but we'll wrap around. Caught up, thank you. Okay, cool. My SQ design, Spam to Neo out of Origami. I don't know who that is, unfortunately. So I don't know if you heard it earlier, but like when I design things, I want to know or have like watched, the media that they're from. So if it's like from an anime or from a movie or a book, like I want to have read it first or like, be a fan of it. Cause then it's like I think to make a good design, you need to like at least have some kind of, emotional connection to want to design it, and it'll turn out like way better if you do. So like I'm making a Monster Hunter design because I love the Monster Hunter games, and I think it's going to turn out better than if I didn't like Monster Hunter, if that makes any sense. So unfortunately I do not know who that character is, but if you want them to be in Origami, what you can do is follow the Plant Psychologist design tutorial and learn to design yourself, and then you can make all those things for yourself. But yeah, no, I tend not to do design requests anymore. This was a while back, but there was an instance where like there was a viewer, they were a fan, and they were like begging me to make Sasuke Susanoo from Naruto. And I've seen some Naruto, so I was like, okay, I'll finally do it. So I made one. It turned out pretty cool. I did a collab with Nara on that. Actually, he did Sasuke, which is lit. But then the person like got mad because I wasn't gonna make a tutorial. I'm like, okay, first you asked like for the design, Next, you expected a tutorial for free. Like, you should be happy I at least appeased you and made the design and like gave the crease pattern out. But now after that, I'm like, okay, never. I'm not doing that again. So sorry. That one guy ruined it for all of you guys for design requests, basically. So yeah, I don't really do them anymore. No, I'll take like people give me ideas for designs. I don't necessarily do them. So I do welcome like ideas, because ideas are cool and like I can build off of ideas. Or even just thinking about them sometimes is, you know, creative. It's a good exercise. But like actual just straight up requests, it's like I can't entertain that behavior. It just it would lead to me burning out from origami, basically. And then that's basically when I started the approach of like I only fold stuff I want to fold. And from there I've like never burned out from origami. So it is a good decision. But I hold pretty strong to it, if that makes any sense. I hope that makes sense. It might sound mean, but later on you'll understand, basically. I think the older you are, the more you'll understand what I'm getting at, for sure. And it took me time to grow up and understand that for myself too, because in the perfect world, I would design everything for everyone and it'd be fine. But yeah, that's not the type of world we live in, unfortunately. Now it's that, or someone pays me enough money to design it, and that'd be the other incentive. But even with that, like I'm still kind of selective. Like even with sponsored videos, I could be doing a lot more sponsored videos probably. Maybe not for like too much money, but I could just be accepting offers all the time and just grinding. But it wouldn't feel very honest doing that, you know, because like if I don't care about the product I'm being sponsored by, it's like doesn't feel good either. It's kind of the same thing. It's like, no, I'm not gonna accept your money necessarily to promote something I don't really believe in or trust in. But yeah, the ones I find interesting, like the laser cutter, I think has like actual applications for some people's origami, or at least to show like what can be done and enhance origami. So it's something like that, you know. Okay, so this arm is almost done. The part towards the center is getting like a little bit harder to line up the creases just because there's so many layers backed up here. So I think from this position where it's just one last connection, I'm going to start doing the other side, and it's going to make it a lot cleaner once I get to that part again. All right, yeah, and if you spam request it, it's definitely not gonna do that if you spam. So please don't spam. Aircon is nice. Aircon is nice. My room needs some more aircon right now. It's getting a little warm. Okay, that's Western carbonated. Okay, I don't think I understand. I should make a hippogriff from Harry Potter. I've made a hippogriff. Have I made it? Or what's Kate Chan has one? No, it's not a hippogriff. It's a griffin. Never mind. My bad. Hippogriff is a house, right? Ravenclaw, Gryffindor. Is that right? Is Hippogriff the third one, and then Slytherin? I've read Harry Potter. I think that's the one I am technically. Like in the personality test for what house you would be in for Harry Potter. No, that's a Hufflepuff. Sorry. Hippogriff. Remind me what that is again. I read those books long time ago. Which book was it in? I assume they're riding it. It's like a creature with wings and they're riding. I can't remember when that or which book that was in. Hate burnout. Yeah. I think like my strategy to being successful at origami will be to never burn out. So as long as I don't burn out and I can like still work and still make progress, even if it's just like a 1% increase of progress, it's still better than burning out and stopping. So that's my goal, is to never burn out. Kian's back. Hello, Kian. What's up? Can I make a human wearing a suit with big dragon? You know, so Grim, that's a interesting idea. There is a few different characters that like um maybe are themed on like a type of angel or something like that, or that would kind of be like, you know, a suit, maybe not like a business suit, but some type of suit with wings. It might even be like an armored suit. So like my friend Mark, or you guys know Mark Ogami, he's here sometimes. He's got that Archangel Michael, right? That's a super cool design. So like there's that kind of idea is neat. Not necessarily doing Archangel Michael, but doing some type of character with wings that might be a knight or something like that, or fighting. I think it'd be pretty cool because the structure isn't too far off from some winged dragons I've done in the past. I think I could do a pretty cool job, and wings are fun to shape, so they could be pretty fun. Really want a dragon tutorial? I've got one on my channel. Have you done the two-headed dragon, Grim? I can't remember if you've done it or not. Now there, I was thinking of. Oh, okay, here I was designing a new dragon. It's not very complete yet, but I was experimenting with the different ratios I could get, and yeah, you can see this is 22 and a half, and I am not very good at 22 and a half, but I thought this structure was pretty cool, or had some potential to be maybe used in a 22 and a half design, where like, you see, like, if this is the dragon head, and these are the legs, which can have claws, look how big these wings are, right? Like, just absolutely massive wings. And then I just needed a way to like translate the paper decent enough into the tail, but it's really hard. So that's kind of where I'm stuck on, because to save all that paper for the wings and then to have a good enough tail without looking like crazy thick, it'd either just be a bunch of sync folds, which is kind of gross. Yeah, so I'm not like good enough at 22 and a half to like solve that problem right now. But I have this structure, and then I have one that's like slightly more normal proportions. So like the wings are a lot smaller, but like say this is the head, or I guess this would be the tail, and then we have the back legs. And then I had like this structure, which is basically like bird base with a level, or with a river meander, like it translates the box plate. And then that gave some pretty big big wings still, but I wasn't sure how to get the front legs. I did the same river meander but with a different structure in the front. But I just don't know how to translate it down yet and make it seamless, because like even at this point it's reduced the wings a lot, and it's at this weird angle, so they're not connected. So it's like 22 and a half isn't as easy to adjust the proportions at whim as boxplate is. But this would be a dragon for a tutorial, because I think all the ones for the books are done. So the one for the book, I have to get a little bit of permission and solidify the idea, but I think it's going to be this one, which is a joint project between me and Tadashi Mori. It would be the Dark Pocket Dragon. I know it's not the Darkness Dragon, it's the Pocket Dragon, but it's the modification I made to make it into what looks like a Darkness Dragon, but it's really a Pocket Dragon. So I have to talk to Tadashi if he'll be cool with this. He was okay with me teaching it, like at conventions. I just want to make sure he'd be okay with me making diagrams. And then I had to find someone who's willing to make the diagrams. So, but yeah, the guy who's working on my diagrams now, low. I just don't want to burden him too much. It's kind of a crazy project. But if he's down to do it, we'll see when that can get the ball rolling. That's a project for the future. But it would be so cool if I could do a book with Tadashi Mori, right? Or like a comic like that. But yeah, I have to like figure all the details. This is not like strictly my design. I just want to do it correctly. Boys, did you subscribe? I have a lot of new subs now. I don't think I'm subscribed to you. Do you want to hear my so I kind of yapped about design requests and burnout and stuff like that. I have another thing about YouTube channels and stuff, if you want to hear that. Basically, Grim, you don't want me to subscribe to you yet. And I recommend you don't ask me to. That's the TLDR, but same with you, Mai. You guys actually don't want me to subscribe to you. Not yet. And you don't want to ask me to. I think here's what I'll say. So the way to get subscribers, right? I mean, obviously there's like the casual, oh, if you like this video, like and subscribe, that kind of thing. Or like that's kind of like a call to action on social media. That's different than like going to someone's live stream and asking them to subscribe, or DMing someone and asking them to. I get a lot of DMs of people saying like, hey, I just started a YouTube channel, can you subscribe to me? And it's like, if you gain most of your subscribers by doing that, what that relationship is you asked them for something without providing value first. So if they do follow, it's kind of either out of that transactional response. And maybe it's just the friends that they support, sure. But if it's like some random person, either a lot of times they're gonna say no, just because it's kind of annoying to just have a bunch of flood, like, hey, can you do this for me? Like, you don't know me at all. I'm not doing anything for you, but you should do this for me. So like, it's kind of weird. And it doesn't necessarily build the best community when people do that in mass. Like, it works for some accounts and they get a start, but I think it's like better to get your base community by have like the other way around. It's like they find your video, they're like, wow, this was so useful to me, I'm going to subscribe because I gained this from that video. And then that's like a mutual transaction, right? Like the creator gave something to the viewer gives support back in the form of a subscription, right? So then it's a two-way street instead of a one-way street. And it's a lot. I think I've found it in my experience to be more positive of a relationship in that scenario. And even with like other creators, I see other origami creators, right? They're more liked in the community, or so, if they started in that, or not have expected, they're not begging for numbers, they're doing it for providing a resource. So like the plant psychologist, right? He made a ton of really useful content for a lot of people, never asked people to subscribe. He just did it for the sake of spreading that knowledge and helping other people. And as you can see, he got a lot of subscribers from that. For me, same thing. I've provided the crease pattern class tutorials. People, like the models. I don't DM people and be like, you should subscribe to me, and all my subscribers have come just purely on the people coming, finding something useful, and it's a two-way street. And even though I don't have millions of subscribers or anything like that, like you guys watching are really cool, you guys will talk to me about origami. It's a really cool community to chat. So for those people who are seriously considering like being content creators, I think that's a more strategic approach. It also prevents burnout a little bit because you're not doing it for a number. You know, a lot of the people I've seen who asked me to subscribe to them. If I did subscribe to them, I more so wanted to see if they would actually make content. A lot of them quit. A lot of them quit. And even if I don't subscribe to them, like sometimes I'll check because if they make something cool, that's valid, right? I want to see if they made something cool. And if they made something cool, that's awesome. But most of them don't. Most of them quit. So you don't want me to subscribe to you and quit. You know what I'm saying? Like make something first, find out if you enjoy it. And then, you know, if I like the content too, I think, you know, there it is. I hit the subscribe button. You might get shout outs in the stream. You can see people who like Nora, for example, he's provided a lot for his community. I shout him out all the time. We did a collab. He's actually provided like an insane amount to his community in the forms of his paper shop, in forms of designing complex origami, using the resources he has around him, and also making videos now too. So, yeah. He wants to kind of be able to provide that first before asking for something. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm dropping some knowledge bombs here for origami content. There's not too many people, so yeah, that's just kind of my take. Okay, we're almost done with like this side. We got the arms, but like the shoulder pads are not collapsed yet, so that's what I'm working on now. All right, sorry, I yapped for like a long time on that. Understand there are pieces that are symmetrical on both sides, but I always feel more comfortable folding on the right side. I was trying to left side difficult. Hey, sometimes it be like that. Like, as you can see, I'm like rotating the paper a lot because I prefer to like look at it a certain way as well. I definitely have a bias on like which way I'm trying to collapse. Does boys make books? Just the comic books that I talked about earlier. You ever make a non-grid based design? Yeah, I think I just showed one. For humans, not so much. I find myself to be able to just do more right now with box plating than non-grade based. I have a few though. There's like a great swordsman I did. That was 22.5. Wasn't very efficient though, but it had a pretty easy sequence to follow. That's decent design. I have a bunny girl on my channel that's not grid based. I want real subs that aren't fake. Yeah, so if you want real subs, you gotta earn them, basically. You gotta provide something first, and then that's how you get them. What's up, Mark? I was talking about Mark earlier. About the Archangel. How's it going, dude? Good to see you here. K-drip. What age did I start doing origami? It's a good question. So I showed this in a stream before. I think this was my first book. My dad got me when I was really young. He was like on a business trip to Hong Kong. I think this book, it's like Hong Kong. I think it was like the year 2000. No, probably later than that, like 2005 maybe. So that might have been the first time I ever like folded paper. I don't know I don't want to open the book too much. It's a very old book. Pretty young, but in terms of complex stuff, I like to say I took it seriously around 2015, 2016. Basically the same age as this YouTube channel. Actually, I think this YouTube channel, it'll say 2017. But I had already been folding before I made my first video, so that's close to 10 years. Close to 10 years. Which is crazy. Will I be shaping this stream? I don't know. We'll see how fast I can finish the collapse. If anything, I'll start some of the dry shaping. I don't know if I'll be wet shaping anything. Yeah, Rapunzel is also 22 and a half. Is that my most recent? I don't know what my most recent non box pleat design. I guess the hex pleat, well, that's a grid too. That's hex grid. Okay, so we have this part done, and then now we can fix this on this side. All right, cool. So that is the whole head, and okay, actually no, we still have more to do. I forgot. This is the basic structure for the head and arms. Now we have to fold the structure for the shield and the sword, and then also there's like a couple small flaps I just need to collapse for the head. And I think for the shoulder blades, like these layers right here, we'll extract all those flaps after everything, because we'll just do all that at the end. I don't think we need to do that now, but for now, at least we can... Okay, I'll pre-crease the fingers here. I'll pre-crease the fingers for both the hands, and then I will collapse the sword. I'm not going to really... I guess I could collapse these fingers. I don't really want to collapse the other fingers yet on the shield hand, because it just takes a while. When's my next tutorial? I'm not sure. So my goal right now is just to improve on myself and try new ideas. So for example, this prototype has some new ideas with box plating that I want to try. So basically I'm just getting better at origami myself before I do more. And hold up, I think this is wrong. This okay, I collapsed this wrong. Yeah, I want to get better at origami before I start making more tutorials. So one thing about tutorials is because it takes a lot of time, is like sometimes it prevents me from, and this is another whole deep subject I could get into, teaching. So I don't know if y'all have like heard the saying like the teacher or student surpassing the teacher or whatever, or if you notice in like professional sports, you know, a lot of times like the athletes, they're obviously outperforming at the time of the coach. A lot of times that's because the coach is older, but like when people are close in age, like it's very common for the student to surpass the coach because the coach is giving information to the student at a faster rate than they learned it potentially. At least that'd be a good coach. So like I don't want to be too much of like a, I mean I guess I am a teacher, but I also have to improve myself. So I can't be full-time teaching, only make tutorials and like never do more. You know, I don't want to like flame other origami YouTubers. You know, I respect all of them, especially in this sphere. But if you just compare how many YouTube channels there are of basic origami, easy origami, simple origami tutorial, 5-minute origami craft, how many crane tutorials, foxes, right? And new ones pop up all the time. There's just like new channel and they just do all the traditional stuff or really basic stuff. There's tons of those, tons of those. And some of them have way more subscribers than I do. And like, that's awesome. I don't want to do that. you know what I mean? I want to fold cool stuff. I want to get better, continually get better at origami. I'd rather be way better at origami than just get stuck teaching basic stuff all the time, right? So I think someone asked recently in a comment, like, can you make another like easy origami design so my friend can like make it. And it's like I get it. It's out of a good intention, but my designs aren't meant to be easy. I want to just make stuff I want to make, right? And if I can explain it easily, then that's cool, which I have a lot in some of my tutorials, but I'm not designing things to be easy. That's not my approach. That's not the type of origami I do. You know, that's not the channel this is. I don't think you guys would want me to do that either, because easy stuff can be cool, but I don't want to sacrifice coolness for easy, if that makes any sense. Also, I like to reward challenge. I think origami is innately not instant gratification, and we live in a world where there's a lot of instant gratification. So, you know, sometimes I filter out skill level, or it's not necessarily like gatekeeping, but like skill check people, you know, like for head empty. Why is there no tutorial? I'm skill checking people like, hey, I've provided all the material, all the knowledge you could ever need to learn how to fold and shape that crease pattern. And it filters the people who will take that step, who will do the work and learn the skills and fold head empty at a crease pattern. And oftentimes those are the types of people who will be able to make a really good version of head empty, which is what I want. I don't want a bunch of badly folded head empties out there, because that's my favorite design. So yeah, I skill checked it. I skill gate kept it at least, except I provided all the tools. I just filtered the people who are willing to challenge themselves away from the people who aren't. That's like kind of a mean way to put it, but like I think you kind of get the vibe I'm getting. It's like the people I want to fold head empty are the people who want to challenge themselves, and it's not necessarily I'm detracting from other people because I provided all the materials. I'm just rewarding the people who did take the challenge, and I think that's like a fair thing to do. Challenging people is good, right? Like there's no punishment. If you want to fold head empty, if you want it bad enough, you can achieve it. I've provided everything to achieve it. Okay, here we do the sequence for the sword. I already pre-creased pretty much all of it, so I don't really have to do a sequential collapse, but this can be a sequential collapse, which would be pretty cool. But we're not going to see that today because we don't need to. There's this weird transition thing here. Just this side. How to shape head empty. If you shape enough models, if you followed enough of my tutorials, like the box head tutorial literally shows you how to shape the head, and you fold the basic human man, the 24 grid, that shows you how to shape the body. You fold some of the knights, you understand all the transition stuff. I talk about, if you watch the assassin tutorial, I spend like 30 minutes explaining how to get better at shaping, right? You watch those things, you actually practice, it's way less difficult than a lot of people will realize. Yeah, it's actually not that bad at all. What did I do here? Okay. This is like this. And then this folds down. Okay. I'm like looking at my own crease pattern to remember what the transition was here. And then this one, I'm missing a crease, but that's because it folds through all the layers like this. I think. Apparently it can just... Did I pre-crease this? it's something like this. Yeah, like that. Okay. Okay, and then this one. Okay, there you go. Awesome teacher and great at enabling people to reach for higher levels. You make those levels accessible and feel achievable. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sandra. That's my goal. That's my goal. That feels good. You should name the stream Life Lessons with Boys. It's a good one. I think if I were to be invited on future podcasts, or even some of the interviews I have done that are kind of podcasty, these are things I like talking about for sure. Are you challenging me to fold head empty? Dude, you totally can, Mark. That'd be awesome. Origami Unfolded by Venet says your laser cutting was cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I got some more projects on the way to being processed right now, so that should be pretty exciting. Gavin, what's up, Gavin? Hello, hello. Should do a Mr. Beast video where it's like $1 origami versus $1 million origami. I've thinking about that actually. Partly because I've purchased some origami from other, you know, awesome origami artists. Like I have a Robert Lang, Kevin Box piece. That's probably the most expensive one at this point. But like the short end is it's kind of hard. I don't know. I've done that with some paper, and I think I'll do another video like that with paper. It's a little bit easier to compare origami papers than to compare the actual art. The other thing is it's I can't afford to keep to I mean I'll definitely keep buying origami, but I can't buy all the origami. You know what I'm saying? There's a it's expensive. It's expensive. Okay, wait, this is supposed to be the hand. Okay, this didn't I think I didn't do this one correctly. This one folds this way. But what about the other side? I think my crease pattern here, it's not telling me the full story of what's going on this one. It's a valley fold from here to here, right? And it folds down like that. Oh, like that. Okay, now it works. Okay. And then bottom is the hilt. The top is the hand, so like this. That would get views. Probably. The one thing though I noticed about some videos like that is a lot of people are like, "There's no way that's worth $1 million." Or like one of my favorite ones of that type of series was a long time ago. There was BuzzFeed. They had this show called Worth It, and I think Worth It became its own YouTube channel after the creators, split off. But it was like like $2 cheeseburger versus like $300 or $3,000 cheeseburger. A lot of times, like the $3,000 cheeseburger, it was like they had to try really hard to find someone who would put gold leaf on all the burger patties and stuff, and it just didn't really make sense. And I don't want people's perspective of expensive origami pieces to kind of go that direction, because I think there are a lot of origami pieces that very well deserve that kind of value. So it's actually like a much harder video to make, or at least I feel like I should be more responsible if trying to make that type of video than someone like Mr. Beast or one of those like giant YouTube channels, because I want to make it shown that hey, origami can be fairly priced at that level for sure. And again, I don't have the money to to buy that, so I'd have to go somewhere and it'd be kind of a hard video to make. Um, is Monster Wilds worth it at full price, or should I buy it when it goes on sale? I think it depends how much you like Monster Hunter Wilds. If you can wait, it's totally fine to wait. Even the first title update that's coming out in April improves a lot of things. It also depends if you're playing on a computer or a console. Right now on computer, there's like an anti-piracy software that runs in the background of the emulator. So that's been slowing down a lot of people's performance on PC. If you're playing on like an Xbox or a PlayStation, you don't have to worry about that. Performance is pretty good. So those are some things to consider. I think if in the summer, I don't know if the price is going to go down, but in the summer when the second title update is out, ooh, definitely worth to buy. There's gonna be a lot of stuff added, but if you just want to play Monster Hunters right now, might as well buy it, right? It's like hard to say. Yeah, I think it's ultimately like how much you like the game series. If it's like your first time playing Monster Hunters, then I think it'd be okay to wait, and then maybe like see if your friends are playing it too. Because it's a little bit difficult of a game to get into solo. It's definitely more fun with friends. You can do a video attempting to fold a really complex model with cheap paper and comparing it to the same model with expensive paper, with handmade paper. That is actually exactly what I did for the video I have done about that work. If I don't know if you remember this, I did I think the first paper was, I don't know. I did a video like that for one of my dragon designs where I just folded the same dragon 3 different times with like, I think just kami with double tissue and then with like tissue foil or something like that. So I guess the handmade paper would make a lot of difference. And I have cabbage paper to do that. But true, maybe that wasn't like, it's not a complex model that I did, so it doesn't necessarily show the differences. But that would be a cool idea. I think that is a very cool video project idea. That perhaps I'll do. I do want to showcase cabbage paper more. That might be the video idea I do to do that. Other thing is it does require a lot of time. 3 or complex folds for one video. I'll have to find the right model to fold for that video. I think that I wouldn't mind doing 3 times with like more and more shaping. But yeah, I think it'd be cool because like one of the things about handmade paper is the better you are, or the more experienced you are folding origami, the more you'll be able to use the nicer paper. And so it's because I feel like I could actually have the experience to show the differences in the paper. It might be pretty cool. Because like that's generally my explanation. Like I get some people asking like, oh, I can't get this fancy paper. Do I need this super fancy paper to fold complex stuff? It's like, no, not at all. In fact, even if you did use it, it doesn't necessarily make you a better folder, right? It's just a tool that at the high level can affect what things look like at the end, but it doesn't, give you extra skill. What would give you extra skill is the ability to make double tissue and learn with double tissue, because then you solve the foldability issue. Where like, there's a big difference, right, between a good paper choice and a bad paper choice, right? So like, double tissue is a paper choice, I guess. Like it can physically be used to fold a lot of stuff logically, or it's a logical choice, right? It's not a bad choice, paper choice for a lot of things. Whereas like a printer paper is a bad choice for a lot of things. So yeah, something like that. Okay, so here's the shield. I kind of just did that as I was yapping. This is a really interesting, like, weird shape that like uses the structure and still flat folds. That I don't know. It's kind of it reminds me of the shield that's in the game, the shape. Now the shield in previous games, Monster Hunter games, had both horns on the shield. In Monster Hunter Wilds, there's only one horn on the shield, but I like how it looks with two, so I might just keep it with the two shields or the two horns. And then actually, it's nifty. This is the bottom of the shield here. This folds down, and I will work on that later. How did I do it last time? I unwrapped something for it to expand. Maybe I did. Something like that. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. We'll just leave it collapsed for now in shape. For the future. Okay, so pretty much the arms are almost done. I just need to do the middle flaps and the helmet, and then also the fingers. So I'll do the fingers for the sword hand because it's pretty easy. I'll wait on the shield hand, so I can do that later. Different structure. Utara, hello. Completed your Dragonplate, Armor Assassin, and your Samurai version. Wow, that is some cool stuff and some great accomplishments. Thank you for folding those. The DPAA, that's still one of my favorites, and same with the Samurai. Samurai 3-3 is a classic. Sorry, Realms, I'm not doing Origami Dan reviews at the moment. Alex Nuki, I didn't have Wi-Fi. Just check your live stream. It looks sick. Thank you for tuning in. No point folding a chatterbox with handmade traditional washing. That's true. That's also true. Like, I don't. If I'm gonna use cabbage paper, I'm not gonna fold a crane even. Or yeah, like the what do they call it? Fortune teller. The best paper I have is A4 printer paper. As of now, it is, but part of origami skill is sourcing paper. I think in my ultimate paper guide, I talk about like how people. I know folders all around the world from all different types of life scenarios, financial, family, location, and there are people who impress me how they do not let obstacles get in their way of getting foldable paper at minimum double tissue. They can do it in their part of the world. Most people. So I see those people and I share the stories and I provide all the links. And then sometimes I get people in America saying how hard it is to get paper. And I'm like, yo, you gotta be kidding me. Like, did you not read anything on my website or watch any of my video? Like, you should, instead of complaining while living in America, why don't you just like go on Google really quick or just like watch my video a little bit more closely and you'll realize that you don't really have to complain. You can just find it yourself. With the guidance of already existing material on the internet. So if you have access to printer paper, that means generally the location you live, sells machined paper. And if machined paper is available in your country, tissue paper is probably available in your country. And probably carboxyl methylcellulose, which is used in food, is probably available in your country. Therefore, you can make double tissue. So there's your paper problem solved. And then also on my, like the quiz I talked about is like, hey, sometimes too, you gotta work a job, save up money to buy the materials to make double tissue. I've also seen very inspirational stories of people who do that, It is what it is. Also, if you live in America, you can go to Papertree's website and buy, ready to fold origami paper from there too. It's awesome and excellent. I have to make all my thumbnails like Mr. Beast format. Oh no, dude. Okay, low key. I did study Mr. Beast's thumbnails a lot. To like understand, what makes it pop. And I'm still really bad at thumbnails. Like some of my thumbnails are good. Some of mine are terrible. Like the one for this live stream, terrible thumbnail, right? But I think there are some interesting things to note about Mr. Beast thumbnails and just like viral thumbnails in general. There's like a science behind it. It's kind of like branding or logo design, but more brain rotted, right? I also learned that a lot of the big YouTubers, right? They have editing teams. They've got graphic designers. There's the thumbnail team, right? It's super important. A lot of those thumbnail creators, like, it's almost like it's a guild, like a thumbnail guild. Like they just copy what works and they are all together so they can like A/B test the stuff that works and doesn't work. And once one thing works, everyone who's in that sphere, that thumbnail sphere, they just all use that same format and it works really well. It's like crazy. It's like, um, if I was making a lot of money off YouTube, I'd probably hire someone to do thumbnails that's like in that sphere, so they know, like they just make a good thumbnail every time, even if it's just copying Mr. Beast format, just because they like have the eye. It's crazy. It's like it's crazy how deep it goes. But there's too many things to learn. So yeah, I try my best to make decent thumbnails, but some of my thumbnails are really bad. I've tried hiring people for thumbnails as well, but like oftentimes at the amount of money I can spend to hire someone to make a thumbnail, I've done more research on thumbnails than they have, and I just know the origami scene better. So I don't necessarily get as much value from that money I spent instead of just doing it myself. Like, sure, it saves me some time, but I think thumbnails are a little too important to like sacrifice on, basically. It's tough, man. It's cool, it's fun, but it's tough. The job is life changing for paper. Very valid. It is very life changing. A lot of my paper now is a result of because I studied hard. Here, this is my message for kids, right? Study really hard so that you can get a job, so that you can buy origami paper. If you look at all the stuff on my shelf, I studied hard, got a job. There's the shelf, right? So school might be bad for you, but if you think about it in terms of, hey, I'm just kidding. This is probably terrible advice, but stay in school. There's a point. Again, if you want something bad enough, a lot of times you can trudge through school. It's just a small obstacle in the way of your goal, right? So set those goals. Don't be blinded too much on how terrible school is, even though it might feel really terrible. Still try your best and look forward to buying paper, right? Maybe that can bring you some happiness. I don't know. They'll make you study a little bit longer. CJ folded your little dragon out of silver tissue paper. It looks great. Ooh, that's cool. Silver tissue paper. That sounds fun. Only got access to printer paper. Well, you heard what I said about that. Can you do Monster Hunter gameplay? Well, maybe. Actually, Kian, are you playing right now? Like, let's see how many people in chat are able to play, because I could play with viewers. We could do that at the end of the stream. I want to collapse a bit more, but if there's like even at least one person, right? We can maybe hunt a monster or two at the very end. For origami, the most, I guess, clickbaity thing I think of is turning one piece of paper into crazy dragon. Thumbnail divided in two sides. Yeah, I that would work. It's like, but the thing is like, there's so much more in terms of like visual clutter, color, sizing, highlight shadows, and stuff that like also matter with the fold. So yeah, it's hard. I mean, even like if you look at a Mr. Beast thumbnail, right? A lot of times what the image they use, it's like the Mr. Beast face, but then it's like a very exaggerated and photoshopped image of something in the video in the background. And it's actually like a lot of editing they do to do that Photoshop to like make it so extreme. So there's a whole lot that goes on. Jason's popping in to say I'm still alive. Amateur to figure out the packing. It is pretty difficult, I will say. I mean, like technically no one has folded this. Even I haven't finished folding the first one yet, Jason, right? So this is quite a challenge. So I mad respect for trying. No, only have Switch. Ah, man. Is it on PS5? It is on the PS5. What GSM range for your models? For example, 37 GSM color Kozo. Yeah, so this is around 40. And it's not Kozo. Como, I think we've talked about the Hiromi papers that were available. The 37 GSM ones, even the thinner ones, probably would be good for some of my models. When it's possible, I like thicker, but sometimes you have to use the thin ones. But 37 sounds, I think that's about what this is. This is a little bit thicker. This is a mulberry from Legion papers, and I think it's a mix of Kozo. Like it's not a, it's one of those or mulberries where it's short fiber, so there's none of those like unryu looking fibers in here. But it is like a heavier paper for sure. And those are awesome for my models. They're a little bit, yeah, actually most of my models recently are better with thicker paper. Now that I'm thinking about it, not too many of them need thin paper. Is it free? No, it is not free. Just put a golden Ryujin 3.5 on the thumbnail. I will say putting my own Ryujin in thumbnails does well. There's just some aesthetic allure of the Ryujin that's very attractive, which makes sense. I mean, the Ryujin itself looks good, or at least a decently folded Ryujin looks pretty cool and it's like pretty recognizable. So I think it's easy to get click-through rate. So that's what the statistic is called in the realm of content creation. It's called click-through rate. So like you can measure how good or bad a thumbnail is based on its click-through rate. So that's what people will refer to. It's actually like a whole science. It's crazy. Yeah, I can imagine like trade schools in the future, you know, like teaching all this stuff. Or it probably nowadays it's maybe taught in like social media marketing in colleges, but I feel like academics isn't caught up to how insane their the amount of like content to learn about social media and leveraging it are. Like people who are in the realm probably are just too busy to create curriculum to teach it. It's just something you have to like discover that, oh wow, it's even possible to learn all this stuff, and then you have to learn it. And I'm only scratching the surface. You know, I've been fortunate enough that like some of the recent people I've collabed with that are much bigger content creators than I am, like help expose me to some of this. Like I kind of know about it, but I don't know where to look to learn, or even like how deep it goes. And they just let me know how deep it goes. And it's kind of like eye-opening. It's like, oh, that's crazy. Even if it seems like brain rot content, like Mr. Beast, it's like, dude, there's so much thought that goes into it. It's like actually almost like a science. It's crazy. But I find it fun to learn about. So I think a lot of times for content creators, like the thing about a content creation job, which at this point is only like a part-time job for me, but not everyone know. I saw something like the top job that kids want to be is like a YouTuber. So like a lot of people think it's making, you know, content, but that's like, it's like half of it. There's like so much more. That's much more like business oriented. It's kind of like art too. Art is very entrepreneur if you want to do it as a job. Like creating the art is part of it, and like managing yourself as a small business is the other part. Like obviously you have to be good at creating the art, but you also have to be good at managing yourself too. So it's not as simple as it might seem. You folded a Ryujin? Can't fold it. Yeah, honestly, the Ryujin tail is kind of difficult. It's not straightforward. Since you asked, I guess I have to show it to the stream, right? Because it does so well on thumbnails, right? I'm like, I told myself, on live streams, whenever someone asks about it, you got to show it. It took way too long to fold to not show it, right? Mine's looking a little scuffed nowadays because it's getting older. It's a sad truth about some papers, especially the paper I chose to fold this with. So it's like slowly deteriorating, but hopefully it'll be around long enough that it's like okay. But region alert. Yeah, it's a tiny one. Great. I was asked to suggest a few papers to send to you. Oh, feel free to specify color preferences. All right. Como, I will follow up with you either on email or like Facebook Messenger. Because I have some ideas which I'll think about. That sounds awesome. Do Legion Paper sell their paper in Australia? That's a good question. I don't think so. I think they're a North American company. But there are some Australian paper shops. So I linked, if you go to my website, here, let me put this quiz just because it's getting asked about a lot. I have a quiz called Skill Issue. And it's kind of it started as a meme, but it ended up being a project where I tried to document at least some place you can find paper in whatever part of the world. So a lot of these are like user submitted. So like people from India, they're like, oh, we can get this stuff here. There's this Amazon India link. Or like in Australia, I had someone send me this paper shop, and I also did some looking myself. I like, oh, they sell papers here. So check that out. I need to update this. So I need to update India with Nara's paper store. I need to update the States with like Paper Tree and Cabbage Paper. But this is a little outdated, but at least it should give you a start, especially if you live in India. And I think there's some for Australia. But if you look at some of the other regions and you don't see any links there, if you ever like have a link that you think could be added, definitely let me know. It's helped a lot of people. I was just forced to resort to the parachute method. That's okay. You might be getting there faster than I am. So like, I did one side at a time for this half, which actually worked pretty well for the center. But the center area has taken me what, like half an hour. That's also because I'm like talking a whole bunch too. But we finished the first side of the middle. Then we'll do the legs. I totally forgot to do the middle flaps for the helmet, but that's okay. We'll do that later. Get a tattoo of that. I wonder if anyone's gotten a tattoo of the Ryujin. That'd be probably a very painful tattoo. I don't know how good of a tattoo it'd look. It's also like not my design though, so I'd feel weird about it being there. There's also like it's a Chinese river dragon, and I think culturally it was meant for like the emperor, or like certain forms of the region were more royal. So like I could be like stepping on some landmines there, getting a tattoo that that on myself that probably should be cautious of. Good site for realizing how much skill issue you have. Yes, indeed. Hopefully it like helps navigate, because one of the things about just learning skills in general, in the beginning, I think you can learn a lot just broadly, or like some people will show you basics. You know, you can find basics on a lot of different stuff, but then trying to get anywhere past a basic level of understanding of like any skill, a lot of times comes down to trying to understand what you don't know. And because you don't know, it's hard to look for what, or hard to realize what to search for. But like once you know what you don't know, that's your Google search. That's your Chat GPT query. So, the skill issue quiz kind of helps identify potentially things you might not have realized you didn't know. I think that's like super useful. So like for me, by day, I'm a software engineer, and I wasn't that great of a student. I'm not like super smart. I did well enough, but my greatest like aha moment of learning, because nowadays you can't really rely on school or even college to actually teach you stuff. There's a lot you have to do yourself. And my biggest aha moment was if I can break down like whatever topic it is into things I don't know, I can formulate those questions and then understand it. So during my time, we didn't have AI, but we had Google. So it's like, okay, I need to know what I don't know. And then from there, I can either bring those questions to the tutor or look up on Google. And like that worked miracles in terms of studying. It changed a lot of just trying to study notes and rubrics from lectures, which wasn't that effective, to like actually being able to find practical examples to study from. So little life hack study tip there for anyone. If you can have that kind of framework of mentality, trying to know what you don't know, you can get pretty far in learning a lot of different things. So even in origami, right? Paper is probably the most misunderstood thing for people. So hopefully I can fill that gap, and as long as people are willing to look, you can find it. Please recommend a high intermediate book. Let me quickly browse Paper Tree and find a good one. I'll drop a link for you. High intermediate. My impatience had to be satisfied. That's so funny, Jason. High intermediate book. Let's see if there's any Pteranodon books here that has like a huge range of complex, beginner, and intermediate. So that might be a fun place to start because you basically get a little bit of everything. Oh, Dragon's Premium. Okay, actually, just kidding. I'm gonna recommend this book. How can I click on this? Click on this. Click on this. Have you folded the fish in your channel logo? Here to surprise you, I actually have a tutorial for that fish. So if you'd like to fold it yourself, Days and Doggo, you can go ahead and fold that. I think it's actually a very fun fold. It's might be the simplest tutorial on my channel, but that fish design, it's got a cool color change. It's pretty nice. I gotta say, not trying to like toot my own horn, but like current Boyce looking back at 2015 Boyce, saying good job 2015 Boyce. It was like a lot better than your more complex designs that I was making at the time. So it's not a bad fish at all. Okay, we've done the torso, done the arms and the head. Okay, let me do, before I forget, I'm going to fold out the middle flaps here. And these also are the ones that invert. So I'm going to invert them as well. Are these the ones that invert? Yeah, these are the ones that invert. And I just realized the crease pattern is slightly wrong. And I think I remember this from the other one. Okay, so I think I invert it first, and then I... Oh, no, this might be fine, actually, because I'm inverting it. Crease pattern might not be wrong. But let's invert this flap. Alright, so yeah, a lot of the creases don't actually invert, but the flap does. And that is why the crease pattern's not wrong. Actually, inverting the flap helps it. Also, in the crease pattern, who was Jason? The reason I have this is because this area is used to invert the flap. It's the spacing that's required to have it fold outwards correctly. Will this stream be saved? Yes. Communist first book is a good option. Goes from Crane to Ancient Dragon. That's true. That is true. But I don't know. I find that book a little bit... Well, no, I guess for higher new media, that might be good, actually. That's true. But the nice thing with Dragon's Premium is it's like they're all the same subject. They're all dragons. I feel like the progression's a little bit more linear. But if you want more variety, then the Satoshi books are great. They're also very expensive, though. So I I think they're way more expensive nowadays than Dragon's Premium. I could be wrong, but when I bought my Satoshi books, they were really expensive. Yeah, Jason. So like once you invert the flap, like you'll actually be able to fold the these two flaps because the other direction it's valley folds, right? And it like doesn't make any sense. But here, since it's inverted, the back of the paper is a mountain fold. So yeah, so that then it just keeps folding. Like you don't actually invert any of the creases itself. You just fold the flap from the other direction, and then the hard part is getting these two together at the end because in between here it's a middle flat, right? So you can see how it's like creating, it's kind of like converging on itself. So actually, which way did I do it? Yeah, so I think I did this way where it's mountain fold towards the inside. So mountain fold this way. And in order to get that mountain fold all the way to the center, you're like naturally make reverse folds along the other side. Oh, and I did this backwards. Okay, it's this way. So. This might actually be the most confusing part of this model for folding it from the crease pattern, just because inverted flaps aren't super common. And even on a mountain valley, crease pattern looks confusing if you don't realize it's supposed to be inverted. I think it's also not necessarily flat folding friendly for some of this. So what I'm also going to do is in the neck, normally I have a rabbit ear fold closing up the neck. I'm going to be adding that here to assist with this structure, and it's going to pull the arms from being this way to folding out like that. And then that should also provide a little bit of space for those flaps to fold outwards. So it's kind of like a really big sandwiched reverse fold, which is actually a structure I used in my box head design. But it's a little more subtle because there's a lot less going on with the rest of the flaps. This one just happens to be in the middle of like a whole bunch in the back over here. There you go. Okay, roughly like that, and we can manage the rest later in shaping. I think the front could be a little bit cleaner on how I did that reverse fold, just because some of the layers are popping through each other, but we'll worry about that later. Now we got these little two flaps in the back here. Time to leave. Have a good class. Thank you, Mark. Great seeing you as always. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good rest of your evening or night. I guess it's pretty late, actually. I don't have white and orange paper. Oof. You can just use any color paper. You don't have to have the orange and white. You can I think my original one was like red and white. And then it evolved into like the channel colors fitting the gold / yellow, white. You can fold it without the colors too. You can just do one color, but I think it looks nice with the color change. Like that's part of the fun. I highly recommend that tutorial. Okay, so let's fold the legs now. We can start the legs. Wow, it's been 2 hours already. We're actually making decent progress. Like half an hour of the stream was doing some members review and just talking. And you know, like an hour and a half later, we're on the last little bit of the collapse here. It's not the last little bit, but the third segment of this. And then like once it's mostly collapsed, you can start to see the structures that make up the details. And I'll be folding out the river meander structures that look kind of cool. You can see how those work. And that's kind of a fun part of the collapse because you open up parts of the model and like, I don't know, it's very satisfying to do. Because you're like unfolding it, but then refolding it back into a different structure. And it uses more of the layers. So it's not all bunched up and thick in one area. This is kind of fun. It's like you're revealing more details in the model. I also get to see the legs. So the legs have the biggest difference between this fold and a prototype. So also we'll get to see if it is an improvement, which like theoretically it should be, but you never really know until you actually fold it. You can only be pretty certain. So there is the chance that I even move the location of the structure like up and down a unit or so. But I don't think I'll have to do like actual structure change. It'll most likely be done in shaping. But if I really need to, or if I feel like it just lays out better, then maybe we swap it over. There's also a thing in the middle, which like in theory it works, but I don't really know how it looks in real life either. So we'll see how that works too. I think the way I did it might actually need to be river meandered, but I'm not super certain. Yeah, hard to say. So this area is where I have the seam that connects the paper to make it larger, and it is definitely the most thick area of this model. So when I'm collapsing it like this, since all those layers are stacked on top of each other, it's like kind of crazy. So I'm just not going to fully fold it down, and I'll collapse this side. So we can relieve some pressure. Also, from all the layers, it looks like peeling off the connection. So I had there's a lot of spots where I had to just come in and add glue to keep the paper together. Like this paper's pretty durable, so the fibers when it was methyl cellulose didn't really like weld together. Like as if it was like a tissue paper that kind of dissolves and then like reforms. So it's very prone to lifting. But it's always nice. The paper has gone from like being way off the screen to quite a manageable size. So once this is fully collapsed, I can probably move my camera back to normal and have pretty much everything be seen. Right, so here's the other side where it was really thick before. Now we have it's more collapsed. It should look better if I can get it actually on the crease. Just like that. Cool. Kian is back. What's up, Kian? What were you up to? We are, you know, so like technically it's collapsed, right? But there's a lot that's not collapsed. So the very base structures are done. Oh, Semlina, hello. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome back to the stream. We caught a good time where we're like actually pretty well into the fold. So we've got a lot of stuff going on. This is the area I am not super sure how it's going to work out because I want it to be near the legs, but I don't want it to be on like blocking the legs, but this might actually be blocking some of the legs. So I might have to revise this part of the design, but the rest of it is looking pretty good. So let me try to collapse this out and see what it looks like. I'm pretty sure I understand why this isn't going to work. I thought I could translate the river into the middle and like not have it affect the legs, but I can kind of see right now it's still affecting the length of the legs. Even if I like technically this could be okay, it's just I don't have the most freedom. Yeah, okay, so it's blocking this. Okay, so I'm gonna fix the crease pattern a little bit here. So I can't do this. I can do this though. So basically these get shortened just a little bit here, but Let's push these to the edge. I think we don't have to have this weird stuff anymore. It just... Oh, it is a little weird still. Okay, how do we solve this? We do this. Technically, this is fine. Could also do this. I don't know which one's more natural. Probably not this. It's probably still like this. And then actually, maybe it's this. So we just have this as normal. And then up here. Oh, this is weird. Hold on. Something like that. Let me see. It's like the placement of these. I don't know if I should have this on the top or if I should have this down below. But let's try this for now and see where we get. So we have to move some stuff in. I think I'm just gonna start from the top so I don't mess up. So the top was okay. So from here, go 2 down like this. So I'm basically making new pre-creases and like collapsing kind of at the same time, but not fully. I think I can still keep it in the base structure. It's a little bit weird when it gets to here though. Okay, so I think from here I just stop and treat it like this. Treat those as edge flaps. So 3. Same thing here. So 3, and this is plus 2. Like that, and then, oh, you guys can't see. Okay, here we go. So I basically like unfolded part of it, added the new pre-creases that was on the crease pattern, and then now I'm gonna recollapse on that. But I'm gonna forget about the edge for now and just focus on the base structure. Ryan, hello, what's up, Ryan? Thanks for tuning in this stream. Also, Maxo, hello, just joined, and I'm wondering if you prefer box plating or 22.5 and why. Okay, so for designing, I prefer box plating because I can do this sort of thing that I just demonstrated, where I repacked some of the layout without changing too much of the structure, right? I don't have to unfold everything. A lot of times what happens with 22.5, right? So like if I were to go to the dragon I was showing earlier, right? This is 22.5 with a bunch of graphs. For flap generation, like for claws, you can do a graph like this. It's pretty easy, but it's kind of ugly to do graphs in a 22.5. But then if I were to do pure 22.5, I have to do some weird point split. It's kind of annoying to pre-crease. So like, and then even here, like this is all the references to find where to fold everything. And if I need to change a proportion, if I change one thing, sometimes it can affect other things as well. And then you can get to weird stuff like this, right? So it's just this is partially because I'm bad at designing 22 and a half as well. Um, so in terms of doing something like a human type design, like this armor, I find it a lot more scalable to do box pleating, where I can like very freely adjust stuff, because adjusting a box in another next to another box is a lot easier than doing a circle with a 22 and a half degree. Like with the 45 degree, like this, right? The adjacent flap is the same size in relation to the next one. So like it can be 1-to-1. Whereas in 22 and a half, if I wanted to find the difference in length between this flap represented by the circle and this flap represented by the bigger circle, in terms of this flap acquiring this much space, it's like in the factors of like 1/√2. It's much more, geometry, because some 22 and a half angle, like, it's all triangle geometry to get different lengths and how you compare it to the next, and right triangles and stuff like that. So I'm not good at math, right? I'm surprisingly to some people, I am not very good at math. So when it's like 1 unit equals 1 unit of length, easy, no math. Maybe that'll be my short answer as to why I prefer box plate over 22 and a half. I'm bad at math. That's the answer. So I find I can achieve a lot more details that I want with this method. And like right now, if I were to do it in 22 and a half, it would just look like 22 and a half with a ton of graphs to add details as if I were box pleating. And that just doesn't seem like a very efficient, way to use 22 and a half. So like I'm still practicing and trying to learn how to design with it, but it's not my greatest priority at the moment. But good question. Where was repacked? Jason, just in the middle. Here. This changed. So I'll let you take a picture of that really quick if you want to fix it. The other one, for some reason, I thought it made sense when I drew it, but I think it's because I drew it when it was like 5 in the morning. And then when I look at it now, I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work at all. So I fixed it. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. Not just 22 and a half pilled. See, like, I think Reza has a bigger understanding on designing with 22 and a half than even I do. Even though I've been folding origami longer. It just, like, doesn't work in my brain as nicely. Yet. So, like, Reza might be able to answer more about 22 and a half design than I can. Because, like, even my approach right now in learning 22 and a half is based on what I know is possible with Pythagorean stretches in box pleating. So, like, I don't know if I'm really approaching it correctly. And my knowledge of how Pythagorean stretches work is also, like, kind of limited because I don't use them too much. And it's also, I got that understanding from designing in hex pleating. So yeah, it's very skewed, like a knowledge path. I just kind of know how stuff works in my head and find out. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's part of it too, for sure. And I think, Reza's messed around a lot more than I have and has found out a lot more than I have. So that's where my skill issue is. Just haven't done enough. Just got back. Can I have a look at where we are with the Rathalos? Yeah. So we're doing pretty good. These are the shoulders, and they're going to stretch out. So that part I'm going to collapse after I finish the bottom torso. We've got the sword here, which is this really wide 3-unit flap thing, like this. And then we got the fingers here. And then we have our shield on the other hand, which this bottom part will widen out for the shield as well. I think actually it's like this. Oh, I remember. I unfold this part. This is the transition down. Okay. Yeah, and then this will pleat into details for the shield. Honestly, I probably should have made the shield a little bit bigger. In the game, the shield is like insanely large compared to the person. But the shape of the structure, I just liked it too much. So I kept it. Okay, so let's finish this collapse. I think I have to open this section. Oh, no, I still have more here. So down here. Yeah, okay, it's like this. So the shaping here is definitely going to be a little bit different than what I originally had planned, but I think it's going to be okay because it'll look, it's not necessary. So in the prototype, some of these flaps I'm collapsing right now actually fold all the way under and form the leg here. But you don't really see it from the top. So we'll still have the top ones, but I think we're just going to have more stuff on the top to be able to fan out in a 360-degree angle. And the stuff for the legs underneath, we can just use the regular part of the leg that's already there for that. So we don't actually have to have a redundant layer covering the other layer. Would have been cool though, because I think I could have used it for like extra pleats. But again, they're not really doing anything. They're kind of, it's just kind of like a layer hiding underneath, but it's kind of weird too. So this might make more sense for shaping, hopefully. We definitely have more total flaps available. They're just a little bit shorter. All right, so that's one little flap collapsed. And I'm going to do the chibi fold here because it's being weird to recollapse down. This is just a squash fold with a swivel. See if we can recollapse this correctly into itself. Okay, this one might have to go into the leg instead of, well, We can just do this. Yeah. All right, so that actually took like way more effort than I thought it was gonna be just for one edge flap, but that's partially because we didn't have it pre-creased before. Since I changed it midway, pretty much at the very end of the collapse, I changed the structure, but that's okay. This is why pre-creasing helps, because it saves time, makes things a little bit easier to collapse. That's all good. I think we're just chilling here. This next one is going to be a bit more complex just because there's so much stuff in the way. I can't actually fully pre-crease everything without unfolding the other side. So I'm just going to rely on the other side to like naturally enable the collapse for me here. Yeah, that should be close enough. I don't have to get it super exact. Just good enough. There we go. It's definitely a little bit parachute-like, but not too bad. Okay. Got this done. Now we just need to do the chibi fold here. Maybe I did a squash fold this way. Okay, that was easier to start the squash fold. Okay. Back, put this up. And then put this the same way. This. All right. Cool. So now we've got that. This might actually just be able to turn into a belt, which is kind of cool. A belt and then the side part of the battle skirt waistcoat type thing. All right, so we have a new structure to kind of play around with that I'll figure out what to do with when we get the shaping. So like this is definitely much more different of a structure than it was here. But we're pretty much done with that. So we have our legs down here, and this leg armor will be responsible for like a lot going on in the bottom. And then same thing with here. So we've got like quite a lot of space to have some cool structures for like the shin guards going up to the knee. So that should be fun to shape. And then I think our thigh armors, it's like partly going to be related to this flap. And then also just using the regular layers we have here. This is our foot. We'll go from there. So, okay, for starters, now all we really had to do is extract a lot of these edge flaps, which some of these already have pre-creased. Others I can just pre-crease by doing a squash fold. And that will let us visualize a lot more of that type of armor. So yeah, a lot of my designs, I have like motifs of structures that make up the armor. So in this design, the motif is these structures where it's like a 3-unit flap, but at the end it's split into 2. So that's like the motif, and then it's going to be a lot of layers. And I think that matches really well with like the Rathalos stuff, because with those layers you can fold them into spikes, you can fold them into more pleats, and like, I don't know, it just kind of works. What's up, Kian? How are you doing there? Boyce, will you ever come to India? I'm not sure. I think one day it'd be really cool too. I think what I said. Like if they're, I would probably go to India for origami, right? That'd be like the most likely. It's really far, so it's like a lot of commitment, both to travel there in terms of like it's expensive, as well as like the time and effort to get there. So it would, you know, probably not be a vacation, but it would be for origami. And then I guess origami is kind of like a vacation, but like that's why I would go to India. And if there is a large enough community that grows in India, which I think is very likely because India has been growing a lot, and I'm really excited to see how the Indian community develops as more and more Indian folders start connecting with each other, which is growing. And like that's why I think Nara is doing such a good job at helping enable some of these things. And you know, ideally it rapidly grows in India, and it'd be really cool to see like a convention with, the top Indian talents and just a lot of fun community together. Yeah, that'd be super sick to be able to attend. But probably not anytime soon, at least, right? But yeah, I still have to make it to Europe for origami. That's like a lot closer to me. So that's one of my international goals for origami is Europe. And then, because I have a lot of friends in Europe, like Bodo and Mayu and Anise, stuff like that I want to meet. So, yeah. Okay, so now we are on to these edge files. I'm going to start with this one, which is for the waist and the back. Just it's really on the edge here. And I can start with is just this flap here. And like technically we can do one and show how the structure kind of works. So it's like, because there are these two 1 unit flaps, like I'm using it similar to how a level shifter would convert a 1 unit, like you could level shift on any ridge. So in this case, since we have those 1 unit flaps, or we have two, we can essentially transition along it and widen up this way, lay flat. But because we have all these other layers, now this is an axis, and I can add all those flaps onto this axis. So we can just pull out the next one. This, collapse it. And that is essentially the motif of this design. And it was inspired off of how some of the details are done on Kimiro's Gundam design. Except his utilizes this idea in a much greater way with a lot larger flaps and units used. It's like, I'm just using like 2 unit wide. And then Kimiro's is like a lot bigger than just 2 units. The one problem with this is because it's starting to go out this way, the other flaps kind of get trapped inside of it sometimes. So I'm going to grab a little clip to keep it out of the way so I can collapse it. All right, so I got this clip here. It's going to hold the other side out of the way for me. I can keep collapsing. There we go, that's looking pretty good. And we got, I think this one, I gotta do it 3 times. I think so. I think this one's the last one. Cool. So now we have this flap that's out to the side that has all these flaps coming out that we can use to shape. And I think for now, I'm just going to shimmy this structure to the side. So it can kind of fold flat and not get in the way of our next collapse. It's not like totally flat, but it's like something like that. Jason, I might have made some stupid mistakes. It's getting sort of late in homework selection. All good, Jason. Hey, thanks for following along anyways. You know, at least for now, you have some experience. So whether you keep going with your existing paper or you move on to a different paper, you made it somewhere, right? The parts you've done will get easier. And then whatever mistake you made, you can hopefully catch it for next time and not have that mistake. And then you'll probably by that point have an actual reference to look at, you know, if I finished a model by then. For now, you're going off this like blind, basically, which is pretty impressive to do. Yeah, it is getting late, 11:30 p.m. Time for me to take another sip of coffee, you know. Thank you. It's been super fun and interesting to learn. Thanks for following along, man. It's been good. Okay, let's try the other side here. Yeah, I hope to see you in the next live stream, Jason. And if you do finish this fold, definitely send a picture to me somehow, whether it's email or on Instagram or somewhere else. But I hope you have a good weekend. All right, and while I am not tired, I do feel my throat getting a little tired from talking so much. So I think it's also been 3 hours of streaming. Okay, maybe I should just get more water. Okay, maybe we'll take a small break. I'll get some water. I do kind of want to keep collapsing, but I should probably take a break sometime too. Dreadful Live is too complex for me. All good. This one is pretty complex for sure. It's got some weird things that like my other designs don't have as well, like the structure. So also the inverted flap. It's kind of a gross one. Suffering together. Let's go. Boys, do you play Fortnite? I played the first season. So when Fortnite first came out, I actually played a decent amount. I don't play anymore. I don't think I'm good enough anymore. I played a few times with some friends, and like, man, like, I was able to build, you know, there was like 3 general structures you just have up your sleeve. And then now people make fortresses in like 2 seconds. So I'm like, I can't compete anymore. You know, people are so good now. I play Valorant and Monster Hunters. I play TFT. So TFT and Valorant are like my competitive games. I'm not the greatest at Valorant either, but it's fun. I play a lot of that game. TFT, I am Diamond. I'm trying to hit Masters. I'm pretty close actually, but I know a lot about that game too. That's like a mind game, so it's kind of fun. You get to outbrain people, or at least that's like how it feels when you win. It's like, oh, I outbrained him. Okay, those are primarily the games I'm playing right now. I do like games in general, so I pick up games from time to time. Like in the winter, I played quite a bit of Call of Duty Zombies because my friend was playing that with me. We did like the Easter eggs and stuff like that. It's always fun. But when times get busy and like I gotta prioritize origami, I definitely prioritize origami over video games, or at least I try to. There's something called zero build. Yeah, even that though, like my aim is not good enough for compete against people. Is I've done a lot of first person shooters now, but not as much like third. And the Fortnite, it's very different. I tried playing the Valorant game mode of Fortnite too, and yeah, it's just different. I can play like CS:GO, and because that's similar to Valorant. I'm pretty bad at Rainbow Six Siege. That one's different as well. But CS and Valorant for shooter games. I've been playing some PUBG with some friends too. Just because like the state of Valorant is kind of bad as well. So, oh, I forgot I'm supposed to collapse the middle flap here too. I think I'll do that later. Okay, so we've got 2 done. So we've done this one, and then on the other one. So I know I've been doing like 2 unit flaps, but like you can see for the leg here, this one is like 1 2-unit flap, but also connected to 1 unit flaps. So this creates a different kind of texture structure, but it's pretty similar. And then this one is pretty much the same. I think I can squeeze in like this here. I don't know if I want to do this, but I could. Let's try. Do you not get tired? Oh, I get tired. I'm starting to get tired right now. But I think I think I need to get water. Right, let me get some water. Then I'm going to do next structure, and then I'm probably going to end stream soon, just to take a little break. And then it's changing. So the structure's not changing. I'm just collapsing what's already there, Jason. Like there's room, there's room for more, but I'm not changing the structure. All right, I will be right back, guys. I'll get some water. Hang tight. All right, I'm back. Enjoying my water. You don't like coffee? That's fine. Okay, you're 12. Oh yeah, it was your birthday, dude. Happy birthday. I don't recommend drinking coffee until you're like 18. People respond differently to amounts of caffeine. So drinking it too young, probably not a good idea to be reliant on caffeine. Voice is underrated. Thank you, man. Thank you. I think there's like Social Blade predicts I'll hit 1 million subscribers in like 7 years or something like that. Let me see. If I can beat it, that'd be crazy, right? Okay, let's see. Um Projections. Okay. It used to say like, wait, where's the subscriber projection? Oh, well, I guess this is it. It's in the chart now. So 100,000 by 2028. I'm going to try to beat that. I want to beat that. I think it's possible. But in theory, by 2028, hit 100,000. Million, I guess, is like way off into the future. So just kidding. It is like way distant. Okay, so maybe to jump from 100,000 to 1 million is bigger, but you never know. You never know. If I start popping off a lot, could go fast. But at least like this goal, like the 100,000, I definitely want to like beat by 2028. And I've been close to doubling my statistics every year. So if I keep going or push harder, I think it's likely. So like next year, I'll be around 50. Between 2026, right? So like mid 2026, I hit 50,000, and then if I can just double it in another year, that'd be kind of insane. We'll have to see. Not bad. It's not fully accurate, by the way, either. So who knows? But it's kind of fun to check that out. Aggressively makes 1 million alt accounts. That'd be funny. Will I make a tutorial on this model? So right now I am just trying to make really cool models, and then like whichever one people like the most, I'll probably make that as the tutorial. Before you end stream, can you review my assassin fold? Maybe. You put in your folds. Oh, dude, cool pose. So you got like a ring light behind it too. He is actually about to. This is like the Assassin's Creed assassination. Like there is some poor, not a poor, but like a corrupt noble, an unfortunate corrupt noble about to get assassinated. It's like right here. That's neat, dude. I like it. It's like an action pose. I really like this brow furrow. You actually did a really good job with the head. That's nice, dude. Look at all those spikes on the legs. Very nice. Ah, it looks great, dude. It looks great. There's another angle. You get a little bit more definite. This is actually such a good view of the helmet or of the hood. A lot of people have trouble with the hood. I think you did a really nice job with that. That's one of the better ones I've seen, actually. Dude, good job. Good job, Realms. That's really nice. Dude, thanks for folding it, man. It's good stuff. Yeah, all the details are there. You got all the bevels. Look at that. How long did it take you to fold this, man? You did a nice job. I like creating Lego. Hello. That's great. Yeah, Realms did a really good job folding it. Good stuff. Random 123. I'm wondering how you find Legion mulberry paper because I'm trying to find its mate. So honestly, if you haven't folded a square twist samurai before, I would not use Legion paper. It's a little bit too thick for the square twist samurai for your first fold. I think it'll be hard to get everything right. I would try doing like Unryu or double tissue, like a really large one for your first fold. It's probably going to be more successful. I've used the Legion paper a lot and it's thicker, so I know how to compress it really tight and like work around inaccuracies to make it look good. But yeah, it won't be very fun for your first time folding the square twist samurai because it's going to make it a little bit harder. After your first try, then maybe if you're really good at shaping it, it'll be able to shape better because the thickness actually kind of helps build out the form. But you can try the square twist samurai with cheaper or more available paper first. Is what I would recommend. Okay, let's get this one out that I was talking about. This is for the shoulder. Never say never, Kian. You never know what you can achieve with some practice. I lost count. So it took a little while, right? But yeah, I can tell you spent a good time on it. Very nice, very nice. What have I missed? Probably not too much. Like most of the basic form is collapsed. And now I'm starting to do the extra edge details, which is like the motif of this armor. So, basically all these like panels on the side that make up the waist, the knees, and then also the shoulders. I'm starting to fold those out. So that's this. You can see it's like layered, so we can make all those spikes. Oh, I was like, something looks weird. I didn't pull the second layer out. Here we go. When you started your stream, I was at 26.4. Now, wait, really? I think I just rounded up, you know? Oh, whoa. Wait, you're right. Oh, snap. Yo, that's crazy. Hey, we're almost at 30. Thanks, guys. That's sweet. Didn't I wait? Was the Square Twist Samurai tutorial a celebration for 20,000 subscribers? Now we're already at 27. I have a little tracker that like I've been keeping notes from like this is manual because it's that old. It's just an actual note. I think we can do this now. It also has some like milestones. I probably won't share all of this. This will probably be its own video, like when I hit 100,000 subscribers. But like 2016, 0. 2017, I got my first 100. And I think this is followers on Instagram. I don't think I was making too many YouTube tutorials, or I had like my one time lapse or two time lapses. So 2018, I hit 1,000 followers on Instagram. December, I have this 1,600 followers on Instagram, and I failed to complete the IOIO, the International Origami Olympiad, 2018. 2019, I started streaming. I got 100 Twitch followers, joined affiliate. I had 700 YouTube subscribers, 1,700 Instagram followers. So Instagram was my biggest following for a while. And then like a whole bunch of things. I won HQA 3rd place design for the Chimera. I got like upvoted. There's a couple things that went viral. And viral, I mean like 10,000 likes, which is lower than I had before. 2020, I had 2,500 followers on Instagram, 1,400 subscribers, and 116,000 total views. So for reference, like we just saw, I had I got like 400,000 views a month now. But in total, 2020 was 100,000. I hit 1,000 YouTube subscribers August 12th in 2019. Okay, and then when did I get? Okay, so I joined YouTube Partner in 2020. I got a contract from TikTok, and I got 20,000 followers on TikTok. Like TikTok blew up a little bit, but that's just how TikTok was. It didn't translate too much, but it was starting to pop up. It was very exciting. So 2021, I had 66,000 TikTok followers, 4,000 YouTube subscribers. So things had started to like pop up. I had some origami in people's videos. I had a paid contract. That's basically when I started making money off origami, I guess. 2022, so a few years after that, I got the IOIO silver medal. So that's 2nd place. So I went from failing it in 2018 to winning 2nd place. That was after a big mentality check and a lot of skill issues conquered. Last year I was special guest at eBach, and at the time I had 12,000 Instagram followers, 17,000 YouTube subscribers. So that's about half as much as I have now. Yeah, I last updated it February 11th. Oh, so here we go. August 19th, 2024, I hit 20,000 subscribers. So that was when I made this samurai tutorial. And then in 2025, I had gained 5 more thousand followers after that. Pretty crazy. Instagram's been the same, and TikTok hasn't changed either since then. So YouTube's been growing a lot, basically. My other platforms, not so much, but that's fine. I mainly care about YouTube. And like, I think if I update it now, I've like collabed with some really big people recently, and I think that's helped the growth a little bit. And then I've been working really hard to be more consistent this year. So you can see like I posted a lot of shorts recently. It used to be like 1 a month. Now it's like a couple a month. So I'm trying for at least 1 a week. And if I miss a week, then maybe it's that I have 2 lined up. And then I have some long form videos. I got sponsored by the laser cutting machine. So lot going on. Trying to keep on track of everything and still make really cool stuff for everyone. And yeah, big thanks to all of you guys watching. You know, I think live streams are so fun because like, even though I have 27,000 subscribers, I don't get to talk to too many of them outside of videos. But the live stream, it's like a little bit more personal because like you guys can ask questions, I can respond, you can respond based on that. And I find that people who are in the live streams, right? Like you guys care enough about the content I make to come watch and ask me questions. So thank you for watching. I appreciate it a lot. When I first started streaming in like 2019 or 2018, I was streaming to like 2 people, maybe 1 person average. Now we're at like 20 average, which is crazy to me. You know, it's a lot of times I stream to nobody. Yeah, kind of nice, kind of awesome. Take a cookie. Thank you, Kian. Thank you so much. I'll take the cookie. I actually have a cookie downstairs I can eat for dessert after I stream, so I'll like think about that as the cookie. All right, we have 4 flaps on this guy. So the bottom one had 3. This one had a little bit more layers. So we got 4 out of that. So 3 of these are gonna be the top spikes, and then this is the bottom of the shoulder pad. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, this is all looking pretty good. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do now, so I did that on one side. Before we end the stream, I'm gonna do some of these middle flaps just because they're kind of difficult. So maybe you'll see me struggle. Actually, I don't know if this one's difficult or not. This one might be easy. I think the one on the torso is gonna be hard. But the 1 unit ones are always a little bit weird just because there's less room to like push the paper. So when it's longer, there's like more to grab onto, so then I can bend the paper more to get it to go the right direction. But this one I just kind of have to squeeze it into itself a little bit to get that flap to like collapse. So we got one side there. And then we got the other side here. Tried to unfold part of it. That wasn't too bad. It's really hard on the small paper. Maybe since this is a bigger paper, it's just physically easier to grab the flaps together. It's still not like perfectly clean, but the points exist. And we have enough space to clean it up later. Almost catching up. Although I did cheese it a bit. That's all good, man. It's all good. Okay, so now on the bottom one, I have to extract the middle flap here. This one might be a little bit more difficult because it's like a weird, like this layer still gets tucked and then this one on top. How did I, wait. Why did I do it like this? This is probably the better question to ask. Like this. Oh yeah, and Jason, the change I talked about earlier, I didn't make that change, so nothing changed either. think I'm just going to keep it like this. Structure is a little bit weird, but it's a thing that we can use to shape. I think we actually have like too many layers to do torso. Like we don't need this many layers to do torso details, but I guess we have them, so we'll use them somehow. One thing I didn't do on the prototype is the layers on the bottom here, I can actually like extract and valley fold inwards or even level shift outwards to get other types of details. I'm going to need to look a little bit more at the Rathalos armor to see what is necessary. Like in theory, I can technically add scales or fake scales, but I don't know if that's necessary, but it's possible. Do I really want to add scales? Probably not, but it's always fun to know it's possible. Okay, so now we can, let's just finish off the right side with all these edge flap things. So this one doesn't have as many layers, so at the beginning it has some smaller flaps here. And then this is the area where like the hinge, depending which way it goes, can adjust where this flap will lay down against. And originally I actually had the legs turned inwards so that it would actually transition over the top like this. And the leg is actually this orientation. I don't know if I'm going to keep it like that, but we can use more, like there's more flexibility. Like now that's an actual option. So I don't have to use this as the flat side of the leg. I can use like the ridge without even having to do ridge gouaches and just add this next to it and add this one on top. So we'll have to see how this actually shapes out. But it's kind of neat. Just leave it down here for now. Like same thing here. I think I don't know which way I folded it, but if I go here, I can basically just have two rabbit ear or a rabbit ear and a swivel. And then now this can fold upwards or downwards, depending on where I want this to be. And like it's an armor that wraps more around the leg. And this is going to be the foot. So yeah, a lot of interesting things we can do with the shaping. It's actually going to take me some time to probably explore everything I want to actually shape into this. Like Here's the hand with the sword, roughly. You can see how the armor here will fold and sit on top. A little bit like this. So there's like a lot of coverage for the armor, which is kind of cool. And then I think with the torso, I have to figure out how I did this thing. But it's turned out pretty cool. I think I stretched some layers out to do this, but I don't really remember what exactly I did. But we'll get there when we do the shaping. And for our head, we can probably get this rabbit ear here. Is it okay if I change what the final thing looks like? Yeah, no problem. Make it whatever you want. Like this is just a base. I mean, basically I'm taking this base with the idea of turning it into the armor from the game. But it doesn't exist yet, right? So you can turn it into whatever. And then this part up here like folds down into the back part of the helmet. Like if you end up posting it, you can just call it like the spiky armor base by voice or something like that if you need a name to title it. If you fold it into something different than the Rathalos armor. If you do make it like the Rathalos armor, like if you research the game and look into it, then you can just call it that too, but I distracted myself and I started shaping. But okay, that's just a little teaser for the helmet, I guess. I think that's what I did. I might have stretched some of these layers out too. Honestly, I should have paid more attention when I did the prototype as to what everything was. I kind of just folded it and forgot. Making your bunny girl model. Which one, Kian? Are you doing the one from the tutorial? So I have 2 bunny girls now. I have a tutorial. Actually, I don't think I released the second crease pattern. You should probably do the one from the tutorial. The one from the crease pattern, it's not optimized. The tutorial one, it's easier to have that look good. The other one, it's like you have to force it to look good. It's kind of hard. But it's a little spicier. Yeah, this is the tutorial. I like the tutorial one better. It's like it's more cute and simple. What's up, Fine Duke? Thanks for tuning in to the stream. Hello. We're not folding a bunny girl right now, but we were talking about it. But origami fan. Oh, awesome, dude. Thanks for tuning in. I also like origami, if you couldn't tell. So I'm working on this guy, which this is like the prototype. And then I'm folding a bigger one so I can fold better details. What size did I use for the tutorial? I think I used 25 centimeters for the tutorial one. I folded it with 15, but it's way too small. So I think the 25 worked really well. And then this one is 45, which is a really good size, but it's actually pretty big. But 25 works totally fine. I folded a lot of them from 25. And then you can see the display stand down there. That's the crease pattern. Can I use double tissue? Yeah. Oh, definitely. This is double tissue, actually. And then this is the other bunny girl, which is a lot spicier. Also double tissue, like the same size too. The thing I really like about this one is actually the high heels. I think the shoes I did were pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if I'm making it. I don't think I'm making a tutorial from that one. Yeah, I like the tutorial one better. It's cuter. The spicy one is for a friend that wanted a spicy one. So he's a good friend. I don't always do stuff like that for people, but he definitely deserves it. Yeah, the tutorial one's a lot more fun to fold too. Are you gonna paint the finished model? Yes, I am. I have a new paint as well. I don't know if I'm using this on it, but this is the Black 4.0. It's by Stuart Semple. It's basically the Vanta Black paint made by Stuart Semple, but like you can actually buy it because what was it? The dude that made so as long as you're the guy who didn't invent Vanta Black, you can use the so something funny like that. It's like some counterculture thing, but it's really cool. It's a really dark black acrylic paint that like well, this isn't it, but it's supposed to be like really it doesn't reflect light. Like if I look at my phone, you can see the reflection, but the other paint like absorbs the light. Found a nice place to get DT in India. Nice, dude. How will you see it? So no, I'm not using that paint on the model. I just use that for highlights. So if you look at this one, what you probably don't realize about this model is there's actually a black wash. So a wash is like a little bit of acrylic paint mixed with water, but it's like mostly water. So when you have a dark paint like that, what it does is it enunciates some of these. Like, do you see how there's a shadow here and here? Those areas get accented, like the crevasses get accented, so it adds more contrast. So even in the blade here, you see how there's like a little shadow. So that part gets extra contrast when you add that black wash. So there's a variety of techniques I can use. Now this is just monocolor, right? It's just one color. But like using that wash can just add extra light and shadows. For this one, I'm probably going to do multiple colors, and using this technique will make certain parts look more aged or like rusted or worn down. And it'll be a lot better looking than just like straight on paint. If you get what I'm saying. Like even this one, it's one color, but it's not straight on paint. There's like 4 different layers. There's the base coat, which is dark. Then there's the overcoat, which is this bluish metallic one. And then the reason it looks really metallic is because there's the dark wash for all the crevasses and then a light highlight. So a very light dry brush of a silver paint on the bevels. So the tops, instead of in the crevasses, it's in the top. And that like it double contrasts with everything. And you get these really cool like frosted metallic looks. Kendrick, the goat, dude. The Kendrick song I used in Shaquan's video, Peekaboo, dude, it matched so perfectly. They not like us. So much bigger than expected. I love Kendrick. Nice, dude. I'm glad Kendrick can get international recognition. I didn't check the hinge versus ridge creases. Uh oh. What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean like for I don't the only hinges I added was these. These are hinges. And oh, these are hinges as well. It's like these ones. I think the rest are all ridge creases. The blue ones? No, the blue ones. These ones are just packing. Packing. They're not creases actually. So this is just denoting the space. Oftentimes there's hinges in these areas. So like between these, a lot of times there's a valley fold here because it has to go somewhere. But like you don't have it on both, right? Um, so I guess if you folded all these, like you won't be too far off because a lot of times the hinges do run on the boundary of the boxes. Um, so that's fine, honestly. The only ones that are probably trippy is like this one doesn't exist, right? This one in the middle doesn't exist because it's I flattened it, right? I flattened it like this. So there's no valley fold in between. Even though it's a river meander, yeah, it doesn't happen. Yeah, I inferred a shape from the blue things. I messed up the legs bit because I tried to fold the tips as hinges. Ah, I see. Yeah, you well, I think you didn't make too much of a mistake. Like your assumption works for almost all the cases. Actually, it almost works for all the hinges. Um, what music artists do I listen to? I listen to a lot of different ones. So I used to breakdance a lot. So when I was breakdancing or breaking is what it's actually called. Not breakdancing, breaking, b-boying. The people who were teaching me also wanted me to learn a bit about the music. So a lot of times they would play stuff from like the 70s, 80s. So old school hip hop. And then that gave me an appreciation for the different one counts, and I learned a little bit about like I don't know how to do it, but I can appreciate different rap styles. So old school hip hop is pretty cool. I don't always listen to it, but whenever I hear something refreshing and it kind of pops up like that, it's pretty neat. Sometimes that's just like random ciphers on the internet. If it's actual like music artists that are like popular, I think Kendrick's new album is pretty cool. I've been listening to that a lot. Um, I also like EDM a lot. There's just something about like dancey music. Maybe it's because I used to dance in the past, but anything that kind of gets your heart going, makes you want to move, right? I like to do flips to the beats of those songs. So there's too many artists. I don't know. Subtronics is pretty cool for rhythm. Um, Ray Volpe. Uh, there's like some more anime style. I think what's his name, Geoxor, something like that. It's got some cool stuff. A lot of times if you see songs I use in my videos, I probably listen to it. So like Keys and Crates, they're like Canadian hip hop with EDM influence. They're doing like R&B. It's pretty cool, pretty chill. A lot of mix. I listen to a lot of stuff. A lot of times I like emotional music. So if this song has lyrics, I care about the lyrics a lot. Um, Sometimes it's for fun. Like for like some rap songs, I like it when it has content. So that's why I like Kendrick's music a lot because the lyrics mean something. Um, and you can either find a story or when he's roasting Drake, it's like, it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah. What's this song? I mean, even there's some different genres. Like Hosier has that. What's it called? Too Sweet? Is that what it's called? That one's like it's like where you drink your whiskey neat, coffee black, like you're too sweet for me, so something like that. But it's like relatable because I drink my coffee black. I like my whiskey neat. I sleep at 3 a.m. yeah, yeah. So like songs like that where it's like very interesting, pretty cool. Or if like the vocal is really cool too. So like if there's just like a really powerful vocal. So like the Hozier song kind of has the combination. Like that dude's vocals are crazy. That's pretty good. Um there's also some like VTuber music. I got introduced to VTubers from like K Morsue and some other uh folders from Japan and Asia. A lot of them have more, it's like more Japanese city pop because a lot of them are Japanese, but it's a cool vibe and they a lot of them have powerful vocals. They're just different than Western type music, and it's not as commercial as like K-pop. I've listened to some K-pop and I appreciate some K-pop, but a lot of it feels very commercial to me. And then there's like some indie Korean music that's pretty cool too, but I'm not as into it nowadays. Yeah, there's a lot of artists I like. Um, yeah, good question. Okay, let me do a few more of these, and then I think I'm gonna end stream. It's midnight my time, and I think I have some friends that might want to play video games with me. No, maybe not actually. Well, maybe we'll play some Monster Hunters to finish off the stream. So let me do one more. Let me do this shoulder detail, and then Kian, were you the one that wanted me to play Monster Hunters, or was that Grim? Someone wanted to watch me play Monster Hunters. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Cool. My sleep schedule's so right. Yeah, me too. Mine is too. Jason, you said you were 14, right? I think yeah. When I was 14, that's really when my sleep schedule started to go whack, and it never recovered. I encourage you though, as someone who's made it through, that it is worth your time improving your sleep schedule if it's possible. It's like if you think you can or you have the opportunity to, it definitely is worth it. But like as someone who hasn't really fixed their sleep schedule, I definitely understand. I just think as long as you find enough time to let your body rest after certain activities like exercise or something like that, it like just prioritize that at least a little bit, because you can only make it so many years with not recovering at all. Okay, yeah, we'll do some Monster Hunters soon. And then I'm gonna go eat my cookie after stream. And then probably work on this a little bit more while I watch like an anime or play board games. But it'll be off stream. It'll be very slow. Slow progress. This is so fun. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. This is a lot of fun. This is a long stream, but like it didn't feel too long, you know? So we were just having fun. What's up, Mai? You're here? You're back? You're gone? Uh-oh. Are you back? He's gone. Okay, so this is the other shoulder. It's really starting to come together. Still have a lot of work to do with what the chest is going to become, but I think we can really see the general form. All right, like the arm, sword, head, shoulders, waist, legs. The legs look really thin from this angle, but I think with these armor plates, I'll be able to transform it into something that looks good. All right. I think that's all the folding I'm going to do for now. Let me boot up Monster Hunters. See if we can get that running. Let's go here. We're going to look at the crease pattern while I load it. No one is messaging. Oh, he's back. Yeah, I think people are starting to drop off, starting to get tired. It's totally fine. Totally understand. And you're gone. Oh. Nope. Hopefully loading Monster Hunter doesn't break my computer. Ooh. Okay, Monster Hunter did not boot up. Let's try that again. Finish the collapse. Oh, let's go, Jason. Good job, dude. I think whatever you turn it into, it'll be pretty fun shaping it just because there's so many like flaps that are in like decent areas to shape. I think I spaced them out pretty decently. Like there's nowhere that's like super thick. If anything, there's some areas in the legs that are probably too thin. Thanks for the help. No problem, dude. I'm actually very impressed you collapsed that like while I was collapsing. It's quite the feat, actually. Okay, I think Monster Hunter is booting up. All right. Now we just relax, we hunt some monsters, and enjoy a little bit. You're from Thailand? I heard there was an earthquake. I hope everyone's okay. I'm 9. Make sure you shouldn't, especially if you're under the age of 13. You're technically not allowed to be watching YouTube. So don't go revealing your age publicly on stream. I might have to block you if you don't follow that. So be careful. I can't have people revealing personal information on my stream. Yeah, so I think I'm going to delete your message at least, and be very, very careful. There's a lot of people online that are not as nice as I am, so be very careful. That's okay. All right. Can you hear the Monster Hunter song or the background? Here, I'll turn it up. Let me know if it's too loud. Just gonna hop into my squad lobby. Thanks for your stream. It's super fun. Yeah, thanks for joining in. We're at the end of the origami portion now, but we just play some games since it's a Monster Hunter related stream. Been designing some tessellations while you collapse. Do you like tessellations? I do. I actually do. I folded tessellations competitively for the International Origami Olympiad, and through that I learned to really appreciate the folding sequence of it. Like once I actually understood how to do them, I actually was working on a tessellation of my own. I haven't finished it. It's really old. This is the base of the design. So there was like from this unit, there was a certain spread squash I could do to turn it into like a cat eye. And I called it the cat eye tessellation. Now I have the crease pattern for it, but I forgot how to actually do the squash fold cleanly. Like there's some sort of method I did to do it cleanly, so that there would be a pupil on both sides. But yeah, I forgotten how to do it, so I haven't finished this. This is actually a really old piece of Legion mulberry paper that I've had waiting to finish. But one day I think I'll do it. But it would be really cool, right? Like this could turn into something. Even just this is kind of like insane to look at. This took forever to fold as well, but thanks for the stream. I definitely plan joining again in future. It's fun to interact and learn from you. Should probably go to sleep. Yeah, get some good rest, Jason. Thank you for tuning in. Glad you enjoyed. That one looks cool. Is it Lynx Cactus? So Lynx Cactus uses a similar structure from this, but it's pointed. So it is actually very similar when you fold Lynx Cactus to make some of these units, but then you have the other thing on the bottom that forms the base. But from here, let me see. This is actually, you can also do the square twist samurai stuff on this. Here, let me show you the crease pattern actually. So, oh hey, look, this is what we just folded. This is what we were folding. You guys see this? This is what we were folding today. I forgot, the last thing I did was get footage for the video I made. Okay, let me show you the crease pattern. I haven't shown this in a long time. But like I've been able to fold it again. I just wasn't able to fold it cleanly. So like this is the basic unit. Oh, and you see how it's like kind of like an eye with the pupil, like a cat eye shape. So then like this is the one that I just showed. You fold a whole bunch of them together. And like maybe yellow is not a good color. I really like it in red. Look at that. Isn't that cool? And like each one of these is the eye. So on the seam, when you roll it, like I showed, it like breaks apart in here. Isn't that pretty neat? I want to try Monster Hunter. Not sure my Steam Deck would run it. It might be a little intense for the Steam Deck. I know that there's still like the anti-piracy software running in the background for PC. I don't know if that affects the Steam Deck. But once they remove that, then it should be fine. CMI, thanks for tuning in. Is the squash similar to the one in the clover folding tessellation? I don't know. Does it look similar? I mean, the reference for this is like some weird... I don't know. It's like... because it's like a double squash. Not sure. You could try an older one to have the Monster Hunter experience. That's true. That's true. Honestly, Rise and Sunbreak is pretty fun. Even if you just download all the demos to the old Monster Hunter games, it's pretty fun. W stream. Thank you guys. Okay, so let's what should we hunt? Also, I have this crazy build. It's very much a support build for all my friends that were new to Monster Hunters. I can heal them and buff them. What should we fight though? Should we just join in some random people's quests and help them? 6x6 grid? That one was a 48 grid. I think. Oh, the single unit? I don't know. Oh, is it? Oh, it is. Yeah, it's a 6. I don't know if you can see this on the stream. Oop. Too well. Where's the thing to make the grid bigger? Here we go. So honestly, if you want to screenshot that, try it out. I haven't posted it, so like, don't claim it. It's my design. I'm just kidding. You wouldn't do that to me, right? If someone steals this from me, I'll never make tessellations again. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You can definitely fold it. Just credit me if you make it work out. And tag me, because I want to see it. I've only folded like a 4 unit one. I was thinking of just doing this. But then I was like, might as well just commit to the 48. Just a big grid. Okay. So I actually don't really main the sword and shield. So let's choose a different weapon. Let's do lance or hunting horn. Which one does this do? This one's pretty good. The lance is pretty cool. 12 will give you 4 molecules. Yeah. And then I think the 24 was like the 8x8 across. And then the 48 was the crazy one. Yeah, you can tessellate on 3 grids. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just do... Game looks nice. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Let's see. It's a fun one. I do need parts. Let's do this. So we're gonna fight the monster that makes the armor I'm folding from Origami. So. It's actually the monster in the thumbnail. Oh, it's dusty. Find this guy. But like a variated version of it. Alright. This is someone else's quest too. Is it like Zelda? Not really. Some people have compared it to Dark Souls, but it's not really like that either. It's kind of its own genre, but it uses like mechanics kind of like Dark Soul or Souls-like games. But it's not as punishing for your HP, but it is more punishing in the frames. So like you can't just dodge through everything. You have to position yourself correctly. And then there's a little bit of like a biology to the monsters as well. You have to read their behavior to understand when you can attack or not attack. And then sometimes there's multiple monsters. Like right now they're fighting each other. But the build I'm playing is a little support. So I'm gonna help everyone and give them buffs. And then the lance generally is like a defensive weapon, but I try to play it a little bit more aggressively. Now I am on stream, so maybe I just absolutely choke, but actually I have to remember all the buttons too. What's the It's like a block counter, I think. And then this is like a charging dash. Okay. Oh, wow, it died already. Okay, we joined a quest like when it was about to die, so I guess that was easy. Maybe I should play the other weapon. So I've been playing a lot of the hunting horn, which is just like a big hammer that could buff people. It's okay if you choke. I don't think I'll die on any of these quests. It's just like, will I hit the monster efficiently or not? Probably not. We'll switch to the other weapon though. It's pretty cool. It also like can shoot like a sonic bomb or a sonic boom through the monster. It's very challenging to get a consistency. Folding tessellations. This one specifically has a ton of collapsing. Yeah, it's kind of a... It's like 2 stages of collapsing. Sometimes tessellation molecules, like you fold the molecule and you just keep going like through the pleats that it runs on. This one you fold like the base and then you do some collapsing on top of it. So it's kind of like a mix. Santiago, do you know Gathering Folds? I can't believe I'm forgetting her name. But she's a friend of mine. But yeah, she taught me a little bit about tessellations, and then so did Ilan Garibi. His book I studied to learn how to fold and a little bit about designing. Based on that, but I kind of also use some of my box plate knowledge for the one I designed. Oh, Madonna, yeah. Okay, let's join someone else's quest that hopefully isn't about to be done. It's interesting. Double quest. Let's just do this one. Oh, 10 minutes. Oh wait, I might join at the very end of this one too. Maybe I should just solo something. She's very good. She teaches a lot to the... Yeah, she's awesome. She's kind of doing like a lot of the social media end and like education for the tessellation community. Kind of like how I do stuff for the box plate community. So it was really fun. In the 2022 Origami USA convention, she had won some teaching award. So she was at the convention. We got to have like a lot of discussion on different avenues of like teaching, leveraging social media. You know, what do new folders need in terms of resources, like paper or just knowledge to get them started, and like how can organizations like Origami USA help that? Because I think Origami USA was realizing, you know, some of our stores and stuff like that, it's like outdated to a lot of the new stuff. So it's kind of neat. And there's like definitely differences between the needs of complex representational origami versus geometric. And like both me and Madonna have found sources of paper for our respective things that just aren't really sold in origami stores. Now they're starting to be because we brought the knowledge to it, but it's really neat. And then even the way that we monetize our platforms, Madonna and I are very different in how we monetize our platforms. And it seems to both be working. So it's kind of neat that there is opportunity. I think the general consensus with origami is that there's not really money in origami, which is still kind of true. But, you know, out of the traditional way of like some of the top artists are paid as artists. But Madonna and I are paid more on social media, I guess, instead of for our art directly. It's kind of a mix. It's kind of neat. There's a lot more options than I think people realize possible. She's super cool. Okay, so this weapon is like kind of like it plays music. So it's kind of like a rhythm game in the middle of a monster fight at the same time. So I'm also having to assist my team, which I just got destroyed there, but I'm still alive. so I buffed my team. I did the wrong music combo. That's okay. It's like at the max, you're like hitting these music combos and fighting a monster at the same time. Since I'm streaming, I'm like only doing one of these at a time, but once I have the base level of the music playing, then I can do a bigger attack like this. It's kind of anticlimactic. So it's technically a hammer, so we have a chance of like knocking the monster out if we hit it enough times in the head. Okay, our team's looking pretty healthy. I love how dynamic Monster Hunter is. It's so strategic as well. Yeah, there's like, it's really neat. All the different weapons have their own like quirks and strategies in terms of positioning or what you do. So that makes it fun. Like at the core, all you're doing is hunting monsters, right? But so like this in this behavior, it's weakened. So what I can actually do instead of killing it is save some time and energy and capture the monster. And so like you can eventually like learn the behaviors of some of the monsters. They make it a little easier in this game. The old games you kind of had to guess everything just by how it's acting, but it's pretty neat. Insane game. Extra money shouldn't be. Extra money is a part, but shouldn't be everything. And also, mine has differently signed models. Or from yeah, exactly. Or a course like Madonna. Exactly. Yeah, so like Madonna has her paid course, and then my approach is more like my courses are free, but then there's like ad revenue and sponsor layers on top. So it's like both work, you know, and they're different in different ways. It's kind of it's really cool. And I think as we keep exploring our different monetization avenues, it opens up room for other people to try as well. It's kind of fun. And, you know, I think as long as Madonna and I don't become like super greedy, right? Like, I think greed would ruin our platforms. Hopefully, you know, we remain the type of people who are chill. I guess. Okay, let's fight something solo. I do need to fight this one. Is it Madonna a singer? There's a different Madonna. Keep everything neat. Yeah, like we're both doing it community first, which is fun. Like I think it's always a little bit worrying if there's like someone who hosts a big platform, but you don't see them ever at community events, which is like a little bit of a red flag. Like, sure, maybe they're shy or whatever. There could be a variety of reasons, but you can at least vet people a little bit more to realize they care about the community. I don't know, to me, it just comes off a little bit better. Or the wrong song. So there I was like targeting it to knock it out of the air. So now I can get some slower but higher damage combo off. And then here, I can get a super big one since I fully knocked it over. then combo it into another one, which should help stop it from attacking me next round. Yeah. Now I can get the one I missed. And I have to dodge this huge attack because it's angry now. Combo short here, just because it's going to attack very good. It's like after his big attack, I have a little bit of a window to attack, but he shoots 2 fireballs. That's just something I remember from him. This time it's 3. So he flies a lot too, so I have to find the right time to do my attacks, which that was not the right time. But... okay. Thought I had enough space. I got knocked over. Let's see. Heal a little bit. But now he's on the ground again, so this is my opportunity. That was really close. I almost died right there. Attacking again. I think maybe I can... if I aim it correctly, I might go again. Okay. It's on the ground now. So he has like this thing on his wing that if I hit it, it'll like stop him. So I can... maybe a bit too far behind him. He uses his wings too much. There we go. There you go. Oh, I missed the big attack. Oh well. So, because we've broken some things, now like he dropped some items I can use against him. Oh, I missed. Now he's down again. Now I can get big attack off. There we go. He's got another one of those blue things on him, so I'm gonna try to hit that. There we go. Over. I should be able to land this big attack on him. So I can get greedy and get another attack on him. Trade some damage for bigger damage on him. We'll fly back into my attack. Did knock him over though. See if I can get this off. I got half of it off. It's not bad. He's gonna be running at me now. My weapon also places these little bubbles that give me a little bit of a buff. I should probably use them, actually. Okay, so he's getting a little tired, so now he should be able to get this one. Nice. This weapon has some animation cancels as well, which is fun. So I just use some of those to get the right song and a bigger combo background. So even like outside of what's the controls that it generally gives you, a lot of times there's extra like animation cancels to like assist in the hunt, which is pretty fun. This is a fun mechanic where you can ride the monster and do damage on its back. A big finisher. And looks like that was all it took. That was a pretty good fight, actually. I think that's a good one to end off on. And we got the rare item from the carve. That's like a 3% chance to carve. So that's nice. And triumph over our monster right here. The little pose. Nice. Getting late, going to get some rest. Thanks a lot, boys. Yeah, that was my last hunt, so I think I'm gonna end the stream after that too. That was pretty fun. Thanks everyone for watching. Little taste of Monster Hunters. 6 minutes is not a bad time for that one either. I think we did pretty good. Got a new item. Got some weapon materials. Craft some new stuff. See you next stream. Yeah, I'll announce. I'm gonna be in California next week, so no stream on Friday. But week after that, I'll try. Am I busy on that Friday? I have to check. I have a couple events coming up in April, and I'll be traveling a little bit, so I'll do my best. But yeah, it should be pretty fun. But let's head back to see what we accomplished today with Origami. Thank you everyone for watching. We had some great conversations. I just think it's awesome that, you know, I'm able to, again, talk to people on stream. I started streaming, talking to myself, pretending people were here, and it's neat to see people come in and tell me they folded my model. I get to review some origami. I get to chat with people about tessellations and really cool, interesting origami topics that, you know, I don't get to talk about too much because not too many people around me do origami. I do have a great local community, but it's still really fun to be able to share this internationally, you know. Get some good rest, everyone, and for people in the other side of the world, have a good rest of your day and good afternoon. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. There's gonna be some cool stuff coming up content-wise. You know, I'm kind of done with the sponsored required stuff and some collabs, which frees up my time to just make really cool stuff. So hopefully I can meet up with my standards, at least, of what cool is, and just get some really neat origami out there. Alrighty, I will see you guys next time.